Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello everyone. Welcome back to Gamesfest, day 38. What the hell is happening? I feel like I've been saying that pretty much since we got past day 24. Or thereabouts. Good morning, everyone. Hello. Welcome back. Thank you so much for stopping by yet again. Alatariel, hello there. Lily Dryad, hi. Guns N' Raiders, howdy. Fiery Dog, relaxes in quiet corner. I'm jealous. Can I join you? Let someone else take the mic for a minute. Welcome back. Welcome on in, everybody. Happy Monday. Gonna get straight into ESO here. I'm excited. Not gonna lie. Excited today. Dark Metal, hey, hope everyone's having a nice day. Thank you. It is an awesome Monday, Alatariel. Glad to hear it. Zdenya, hola. Welcome, guys. I am pretty excited. We've got a big game for me today. And yeah, I don't know if you guys have played it. Honestly, I don't care. We're going to talk about it anyway. Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. Might sound weird, but it might be... Like, I love the original movies. Star Wars movies. They are great. I didn't see them for a long time. I didn't see them as a kid. But I think it was the Old Republic, Knights of the Old Republic, that got me into Star Wars. Like, properly. Of course, the movies made me want to play the game. But this is a thing that got me interested in Star Wars at a much deeper level. And crucially, it is a thing that got me interested in video games. Like, I played Morrowind already, so, you know, I was a year and a bit late to Morrowind, I guess. But it was still a fairly new game when I played it. I was like, okay, this is pretty cool. It was a couple of years old, maybe. And I got into Knights of the Old Republic not that long after it released. Like, within 6 months or so. But I was not a quote-unquote gamer at this point. And I think, if I really have to think back to a moment when that changed, it was probably Knights of the Old Republic. On top of the amazing and surprising experience I just had with Morrowind and the Elder Scrolls franchise, I was like, wow, this is... I didn't know video games could do this. Then Knights of the Old Republic, it kind of sealed the deal. I was like, alright, games can really do something spectacular and wonderful and unique. Don't know if anyone else I didn't see the movies as a kid. No. I'd sort of absorbed everything through osmosis, as it were. So I knew, you know, the whole big twist in the middle, at the end of the second movie. I knew exactly who Yoda was before he said it. You know, I never had those experiences. When I watched it much later with Maya, a couple of years later, she'd never seen them either. And yes, Maya and I have been together for like 20 years now. Crazy. And she didn't know any of the stuff about Vader, or she didn't know who Yoda was. This little green guy on Dagobah. And she thought that was so genius, the way he was like this like Zen master almost. Very fun. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to playing that with you guys a little bit later. Also, I got to be honest, I've been bitching a little bit here and there about how much work, not bitching, but just pointing out how much work this has been. Just not just when we're streaming, but getting everything prepped, making sure the game runs. I have not had this much trouble with any of the games on the list. I think because they were working on a remake of Knights of the Old Republic for many years. Aspire and Embracer had like kicked off this thing where they were going to remake the game. No one bothered to remaster it. No one's done that. Also, maybe it was built in a peculiar way that makes that harder to do. I don't know. But for whatever reason, Night Dive Studios and the like were never hired. You know, Beamdog, they're the ones who've done remasters for a lot of the Baldur's Gate, you know, those early BioWare games. No one has done one for this particular game. So it is quite a pain to get it to run properly in a way which looks good I'm not even kidding, I spent 2 hours just getting the game reinstalled, modded. I haven't changed any textures or anything like that. I'm not making it look better than it did. I'm just getting it to run in 4K with a UI that kind of isn't broken and a decent frame rate. You know, all those basic things. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of that later. There's going to be some real, like, retro gaming charm. But, Lily Dry, what do you think about the 2 craftable sets that come after the event? I'm going to have to remind myself. I did all this in a video. We could just watch that. Yeah, you know what? Let's see what I said in the video. See if I still stand by it. Let's find it. That's a good question, Lily Dryad. Oh, shush. I didn't put timestamps in? Oh, that's unlike me. Here we go. I think I had a... Yeah, they already buffed that. I sound very Australian or California, like a valley girl. I'm going up at the end of every sentence. But yeah, these videos are always like rushed out of the door. They're always done so fast. So if they, I think my throat was a little bit messed up when I did this recording. I was like, to hell with it. I can't be bothered. And nothing exciting, basically, Lily Dryad. But thanks for the reminder. Honestly, I'd completely forgotten everything that was coming, except for the Huntsman's Mask. So yeah, appreciate the reminder. Can't you add timestamps later on? Oh yeah. You can't add them until the video is already up. But normally I'd go back and do that. But I guess this one was so rushed that I didn't even have that opportunity. Normally somebody complains very loudly. I get a very, very mean comment about how much of a piece of shit I am for not putting timestamps in my video. But I guess with one of these, it was short enough that people didn't mind. But yeah, normally within the first 12 hours, I will get at least one very, very angry comment if I forget to put timestamps in. God forbid. But yeah, so today we're going to do more story. We're going to talk about our favorite characters. What makes a good character in a video game? Like, it's difficult to put your finger on sometimes, I think. Because we kind of want the moon on a stick with a good character and a good story. We want them to be relatable. We want them to be easy to understand. But we also want them to be complex. We want them to surprise us. You know, it's all these interesting balances that a writer has to get just right. Also, you know, in the way that the character is designed in terms of their appearance. It really helps if there is a sense of, like, if a character has a wacky appearance, maybe make them a little more easy to understand, a little bit more tropey, you know, put a little bit more shorthand into the way that they're written. When I say shorthand, I mean, think you're making a movie, and you want to establish very, very early on, right, this character played by Ben Affleck, he's our hero. So you cast Ben Affleck or Matthew McConaughey or someone like that, if you have the budget for it. You know, that helps. You want to cast someone who looks like, you know, a nice guy, and you want to make sure that they demonstrate their niceness, their, you know, their hero status pretty early on in the film. And you want to do these things in a way which is subtle, so the audiences don't necessarily notice. So yeah, it's all this like push and pull of speaking to the audience in a very simple, like making a speech, I guess. There are a lot of forms of storytelling that have the same kind of conflict at their heart. You want it to be very, very simple to follow, and yet you don't want it to be banal or crap or patronizing or dull. So yeah, I want to think about that with regard to characters. A, because we're doing the Thieves Guild storyline, and the Thieves Guild story itself is very meh. You know, it's extremely derivative. They weren't really trying to do anything that special with it. What they were trying to do, I think, it's fairly clear, is to give us some new type of characters. You've not seen this type of character in an MMO before. You've never seen a character this detailed, except in Orsinium, which hopefully you've all done by now. You know, that kind of attitude. Because when was Thieves Guild? 2017? 2016? And Lily Dryad, shared burden, early translation in German made it seem like it was going to work on pets too. So I thought it would work on a pet build, but now that it's only on companions, I think I'm going to use a different set on my pet build. I see. Even so, it's transferring damage. Pets aren't very good at staying alive. They're even worse than companions, aren't they? And whereas a companion, you can make them tanky. But yeah, I can see why that would make your ears prick up. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Oh, companions only? Never mind. Galantax, hello there. Sorry, we are starting a little bit later today. I was running a little bit behind. In fact, I can show you what I was working on. Check this out. Let me see if I can Maya and I have got this big raid train that she's arranged. You guys are aware of this? It is for the American Heart Association. Oh, got a message from Belorda here. Excellent. Alright. Let me show you this image that I've been working on. Dun dun dun. Not that anyone asked. There we go. There it is. Just do it so you guys can see properly. So I had to make this from scratch. I know it's not that impressive, but the thing is, we had decided to call this raid train Hearts Fest. You know, it's kind of become an unwritten rule that anything Ninja Pulse does has to be called Fest at the end. And, you know, it's for the American Heart Association, Hearts Fest. And then as I was putting the poster together, Maya wanted a poster that she can reuse in different forms every day and say, hey, new announcement, it's starting today, we've got this, we've got that, we've got giveaways, final roster announced. So the roster that's being announced today, so that's why we did this. And I quickly had to come up with a logo for it. I think I did pretty well. This took me like 20 minutes, okay? 20 minutes for the concept, then, you know, tweaking, and then finding the Titan. There are actually 5 layers to that Titan there. Nice logo. Yeah, I thought it came out alright. So it's just a triple layered font. And I just chopped and screwed it a little bit so it worked. But that is what I was working on at the very, very last minute this morning. Having stayed up super late getting Knights of the Old Republic to work. And Maya was going to be here when we played it, but very sadly, she's just not going to be able to now. I think one of her assistants has had to call in sick, which is a bit of a bummer. So she's not going to get a lunch break today. So she was going to be here at 3 when we were going to play SWKOTOR. That's the Knights of the Old Republic, for those who don't know. Which is a shame, you know, because I set up the moment very much for her. It's just as we meet one of the companions for the first time. But anyway, we'll get to that a little bit later. For now, ESO, Writhing Wall stuff, Raid Train stuff, characters, good characters, bad characters, what you guys think makes good writing work, or what makes good writing fly straight under the radar or over your head or whatever. Like, for example, if very good writing is put in the hands of a weak voice actor, it's unlikely to happen in ESO, but in games that have a lower budget or a, you know, less consummate professional in the voiceover lead, I can see that happening. Lily Dryad, Zerethvar is my tank companion. He can work well in Endless Archive until 3.3.1 maybe. So he starts dying in Arc 4 or halfway through Arc 3. And thank you, by the way, for the compliment on the logo. Yeah, I really need to figure out where I stand on the whole companion issue. Like, nominally, it doesn't bother me at all that they exist or that people use them or whatever. But it does bother me a little bit that ZOS kind of sets up the expectation that the companions are worth using. And, of course, they are. We've talked about this already. But the fact that you kind of need to be on that, very close to that line of, oh, I'm just a little bit away, a little more damage or a little more survivability, and I would be able to solo this, whatever it is. You have to be pretty close to that line for the tiny amount of power that the companion adds to make the decisive amount of difference. You know what I mean? So, as long as people are clear on that, I think it's all good. But it's unbelievable, and maybe you've seen this as well, Lily Dryad. Unbelievable how many people expect. Like you seem like you've got realistic expectations. Halfway through Arc 3, Infinite Archive is still very much warming up at this point, but the companion starts to struggle, and that's fair enough. There's a limited amount of tankiness that you can give them. It doesn't go on forever. But a lot of people seem to expect that it does, and that having a companion tank is almost like having a real player. I'm a real boy. I'm a real tank. Oh man, I'm going to do that. I'm so going to do that during a trial. And no one will get it. Yeah, I guess I don't need to worry about it. There's not anything that anyone needs to be bothered by, but things that get in the way of players enjoying the game, or things that make players wrongly believe that it's their fault, or that the game is hard, or that they suck. These are like bugbears that I have with ESO, because it's such a cool game. People love it so much. People really want to get into it, but there are tens of thousands of players out there who are stuck in the belief that the game is too hard for them, or that they're too old, or their reflexes are too rubbish. They're not sufficiently, nerdy gamers, whatever. They don't have the skills, and they will never know that none of the above is true. Because the game is not very good at pulling us in that way. It's a real shame. And it is a design flaw. I don't bang on about it in terms of criticizing ZOS, because I don't know how much they could do about it now. It's a very hard problem to fix. The time to fix it would have been, back at the beginning. Yeah, he dies more often. Fair enough. I don't know. I just hate to see it. People who love the game and would probably love. They're not doing it to do the trials and dungeons, but they would probably love to do some more trials and dungeons at a more advanced level with players who are a bit more organized, all of that stuff. But they have this wrong impression that that's too difficult. That is beyond me. I guess if any of you are teachers or are like married to or related to or have friends that are teachers, even without that, you can probably put yourself in this position. I know quite a few teachers. And the idea that there's a kid in your class who's like gifted, but their parents don't believe in them, they don't believe in themselves, nobody's ever told them that they're any good at this. It can be a very difficult thing to break through. One teacher saying, hey, you're really good at this, isn't necessarily going to be enough to give them all the encouragement they need to do the cool things that they could do if they just tried. I feel like that sometimes. That is a kind of a patronizing, self-aggrandizing way to put it. I don't mean it like that I'm like standing over the ESO community, reaching my hand down. Come with me if you want to live. But yeah, good advice makes a huge difference. Like, good info made a huge difference to me when I was first putting my rotation together. Stuff like that. I don't know. What else do you think content creators can do, guys, to have that kind of effect? Lily Rad saying, yeah, you can give them full heavy armor, have everything on more health. That helps keep them alive most of the time. But as soon as a boss with a lot of mechanics comes, he is gone. Yeah. I mean, they don't know when to block. They don't know when to move. So, yeah, they're inherently going to be terrible at tanking. And plus, you can't make them as tanky as you can a regular player with the limited tools available. Maybe one day I'll give it a go with, properly gearing up the companion. In fact, I probably should, because having them around as a DPS is utterly pointless. But I can see having a little bit of support in some situations might be handy. But then I guess the whole point of having a tanky companion in the Infinite Archive would be so that you could build a little less tanky and higher damage for the early arcs. And then if there's a risk that they die, nevertheless, if you're unlucky and get a particular boss, I don't know, early arc 3, or like, there's no way a companion can survive the Marauders, can they? That I would be interested to know. No, I mean stuff like they don't know what to block and what not to block. Like if you're then again, I don't know how it works. Do they have stamina? Do they have resources? I guess they probably don't. So if he stands in a ground AoE blocking, probably doesn't matter the way that a regular tank shouldn't do that. Moose trying to make a companion tank the crab world boss in Solstice is impossible. Just running around in circles. I mean, anyone trying to tank that thing is pretty much impossible and pointless. Because you have zero control over the boss. It jumps all the time, so a lot of the debuffs get cleansed anyway. That fight is just hilarious chaos. The best way to run it, I guess, is with a bunch of pragmatic Fate Carver DDs who know when to dodge and how to move. But even then, I guess you can still die. See, I like encounters like that. You know, when there are a lot of deads around very quickly. I think that's a lot of fun. It's not a delight when you die in a video game, but if you die to a crazy boss that's, you know, AoE's popping all over the place and everything's going nuts, I think that feels alright. Because nothing resets, you know, it's a public encounter. The first 2 to 3 Marauders they can tank really well. Depends on which it is. Alright, so you're saying, like, the first Marauder comes in Arc 2. So if you can tank the first 3 Marauders, you can get up to Arc 4 with a companion tank. Yeah, but I'm talking about the ones that actually require tanking. So the werewolf or the Ruinach. Or the Dancing Queen, as we call him. The others don't need tanking, really. They don't really do anything. But yeah, Bitog and... Oh, what's the name of the Ruinach Marauder, guys? Help me out. Oh my god, I can't believe I've forgotten. Hilcorax and the Minotaur can be tricky? Oh, really? I suppose the Mino does have a heavy attack that hits pretty hard. And the AoE, so the companion doesn't know how to move out of that. Moose. Gothmaug. Yeah, that's it. Gothmaug the Dancing Queen. Thanks, Herway. How's it going? Shout out to Herway, by the way. If you guys ever want to see some tibbity top tier PvP, you know what to do. Here we go. Bonk. Heyo, heyo. Yeah. Hello. Happy Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. I saw you streaming the other day, but it was super, super late. And I really needed to go to bed. At least I think that was it. But you caused me to hover over my my mouse and keyboard the other day as I was closing Twitch, and I saw that you were streaming in the category, and I was like, I really want to hop in and say hi, but I think, yeah, it was either I had to go to bed, or I had to, like, get on and do something. Marauders, the third Marauder can be 50-50. Yeah, Moose. Arc 2 and 3 Marauders. Yeah, the only one that I think I've killed all of them just solo in Arcs 2 and 3. But Gothmau is definitely the worst. Bitog is not much better. It's just... To have the resistance, the shields, and the heals required to withstand him, you have to bring a really dopey setup. A setup that makes no sense in Archive. So it's a little bit cruel to get a Gothmau Marauder in Arc 2. That's generally what I save my transformation ults for. If I'm solo and I get Gothmau or Bitog, I will use a transformation ult. You know, one of these? Mystery Transformation Verse. Don't know why I called it an ult. You know what I mean. But yeah, you can only do that once per run. So if you get Gothmau, then Bitog, one after the other, you're kind of screwed. But yeah, then I also don't score push in IA. I just go in for fun. And if we make it to Arc 10, great. I don't think I've ever gone further than Arc 12, 13. Something like that. And that was when it was very new. I just haven't bothered since. Yeah, I think that was literally during our Infinite Arc Live raid train, actually. That just goes to show my level of ambition. Terrible. Oh, wait, yeah, all good. Thanks for asking. No worries. No worries. Yeah, this weekend was feeling great. No, so long streams. Dailies into BGs, into trials, into more BGs. Life good. That sounds amazing. Sounds awesome. Any good trials? I don't love BGs. I don't know. I don't think they're a bad game mode at all. I just, open world PvP is what I crave. You know, BGs just feel like poor man's PvP to me. And, you know, I get it that PvP is when not much is happening in Zero or when Vengeance is on. They're going to spam their battlegrounds. And I enjoy watching other people do it. I don't know. It just doesn't get me going. Maybe more fun if I had like a crew. And we can laugh at each other when we die. Or we can coordinate our attacks the way you would in small scale Cyrodiil. That makes things a lot more fun. But yeah, guys, if you're not aware of Her Way, go and check them out. So we have run together in groups in one of the other guilds that we're in here in ESO. I don't run as often as I should with these guys, but when I do, Her Way is often there being a supreme healer. Like, often saving the day when Kamul and Victor want to go for a big bomb or something, a big offensive against like 30 players, and 4 of us run in. One of them being Her Way, spamming those epic heals and shields, and it's like, how on earth did we survive that? That has happened a lot of times, I feel like. And Lily Dryad, dragon bosses in the Arca, they die as soon as the dragon flies. Right, yeah, because AoEs, they don't understand. Yeah, Moose, I prefer Gothmar early. Yeah, then you get the easier ones later. Exactly. Generally, I will run the archive with a partner. I've run it plenty on my own, but it's just 10 times more fun. Not even kidding. It's like, it's not even comparable. It's so much more fun if you have a buddy, and everything is faster and easier. And especially because Maya will often build, she'll just go for straight up tanking from Arc 3 onwards. She'll do some damage, drop some Destro ults in the first couple of arcs, but once we get to Arc 3, she just goes into tank mode, and after that, it's like, it's absolutely piss easy. Unless we get terrible visions, it doesn't really get challenging until Arc 7, Arc 8, if you have a proper tank. Like, there's enough challenge for it to be fun. I mean, she doesn't taunt things, or if I don't block, I will get killed. That's part of the fun. But, yeah. Yeah, aggressive healing for the win. Always full monkey mode, yeah. Monkey! Oh wait, now I'm looking for the wall events to spam dailies and unleash the farmer I am. Well, there'll be plenty of that stuff to do, man. I'm actually curious as to what my own behavior is going to be like when the wall event drops, because of course I'm going to want PCEU to win. I'm going to want to contribute. I'm going to want to stream the content, but the first week is going to be quite repetitive. I hope people's expectations are, in line. I think that's one of the reasons ZOS haven't made such a big splash about this thing. Because I think they realized, okay, the first week or two aren't going to be that exciting, especially for people who don't have the content pass. I think it's more the psychology of knowing, hey, what we're doing is contributing to a big server-wide progress counter, and there's a competition going on. That part should not be underestimated. You set the push and pull of Cyrodiil. Oh, just one more keep. Just one more keep, I think it's going to feel a little bit like that, but not quite. And hopefully the Writhing Fortress is just going to be an absolutely kick-ass kappa for the event. New Nam tab. Yep, Ninja is up. Indeed. We normally start streaming a little earlier. I was half an hour later today. And Lady Dryad, Marauders always have 2 spots on Zereth Var. Always have 2 spots. Not sure what that meant, but, sorry. Sorry, Lily. And Her Way, fully fair and understandable. It used to be a Zero-only player. With time, I switched to 8v8 BGs. Yeah, maybe I just need to do them more. That's probably it, to be honest. Just got to do them more, get more used to it, find the fun. Wishing for performance improvements and enjoying Zero as much as I used to. Yeah. Yeah. Really funny when you go with 2 people that have pet builds in Infinite Archive. Sounds horrible. Like Sork pets. Yeah, then if you get all of the pet visions as well. Although I find the pets in Infinite Archive pretty annoying, actually. It's very good, like the buffs that it gives you, pretty nice. But the way that it just CCs the enemies, ugh. And it doesn't get that much aggro. It'll usually get aggro on one, maybe two of the small ads, and that can be nice. But it also just will, it will like CC them somehow, and then you won't be able to stack them, or you'll finish the round, finish the room, like, what? Why is there no portal? What's going on? And then you look down the other end of the room, there's one little scamp trying to zap your watcher or whatever. Ugh. Classic. Oh wait, aggressive healing, yeah. And wall event, Lily Dryad is going to be really little sleep. Oh really? So you're excited for it? That's cool. And I was saying, yeah, first chill dailies, the event prog and the visuals changes are nice. That's true. Very nice additions. Looking forward even more to the new world boss in the fortress. Haven't spoiled myself, so I can keep the surprise when we reach those phases. Yeah, it's gonna be good fun. Clanfear Bear, Matriarch, Vision Pet, Extra Pet. Extra Pet? Yeah, like the bonus achievement pets. Clanfear? I never see the Clanfear used anymore. Oh, yeah, I knew that. I see what you mean. Yeah. Spot equals taunt. Yeah, that's a strange word, that one. And a lot of Germans, actually, I've heard that before, so a lot of Germans use that. Can you spot the boss, please? And they'll type it in English, but can you spot the boss? And everyone's like, yeah, I can see the boss. Can't you see him? He's right there. So yeah, that's me being slow. I should have known that. I've come across that before. And Xenia, for the PvP people that might be around here, what is considered the easiest PvP setup? Someone who wants to get into the action more. Probably a healer setup, right? The easiest way to get into it and get some AP fast and see plenty of action, but without having to put yourself under a ton of pressure, because a healer can build for high sustain and high survivability and still be pretty effective, actually. Because PvP is very bursty. So if you are a good reactive kind of player, maybe Herway can chuck us some... I'm not expecting a build from anyone, but if anyone has any pointers on how to set up a healer, or an alternative answer to the question, what is the easiest PvP setup for someone who wants to get into the action? Zerg surfing, obviously, find the group. Find something that's fairly tanky but has damage at range, for example. So you're not going to be able to, like, 1vx or anything, but if you see players that are already fighting, you might be able to finish them off, or, like, soften them up so that the people fighting them can take them down. But then, if you have, like, speed and survivability, mobility is super important, like, especially because there's an inherent latency in an MMO, right? So this... If I were to run alongside someone, let's imagine that we aren't standing still, these two characters. We're running together. If on my screen we're running together, on this player's screen we're actually doing this. You can test this. You can like stream to each other in Discord, and you can try walking and get side by side with someone in your group, and then on their screen you will not be side by side. It's, there's no surprise there, but it's just nice to have that visual reminder. So yeah, high speed builds in Cyrodiil that move around very fast, you'll find that you can't hit them with stuff. And that's one of the reasons, among several others, why biting jabs, puncturing sweep tend to be so popular in PvP at the moment, because they're not targeted. So long as the player is more or less where you think they are when you fire that skill, they will get hit. But especially if up melee range, if someone is moving around very fast, and I've done this before, it's not a cheat, it's not an exploit, it's just the way it is. If you have a high speed, you can break line of sight more easily. You'll find that things just miss you an awful lot. It's almost like having free damage reduction. Of course, it doesn't always work. When you get CC'd, you're toast. But I've seen plenty of people use very high mobility to great effect in PvP. And Jellyfish, I use a dot heavy DK that's really easy to get into. That's a good call. And a dot heavy DK can be surprisingly tough. Honestly, those are the players that kill me the most often, because my approach is very bursty in terms of both healing but also damage. So if someone can survive my... This is the Templar build that you guys have been seeing recently. If someone can survive my initial burst with that, and then they have decent damage and dots, it's typically a DK, often with the Vadishran Destro as well. Oof, that can really put you under a lot of pressure. And before you know it, you're not on the offensive anymore. You're fighting for your life and trying to get the hell away from them so you can get somewhere, heal up, heavy attack, and the incoming pressure is just too high. These 3 dots or whatever that are ticking on you, plus status effects, and can be enough to just take you down. So you're permanently hovering like half health, and then it makes you very, very easy to finish off. Obviously, there are counters to that, but I'm saying, you know, the type of builds that I have been playing recently, their weak spot is very much exploited by these kind of builds. So yeah, thanks for that, Jellyfish. That's a good call. And I push trees. Yeah, you've had this answered already. Aegis Caller, still very good. It's just situational. You know, if the boss is moving and it moves out of the proc, then... Also, for single target damage, it isn't the best, but it is very good. But yeah, if you've got multiple targets standing in it, it's really excellent. You will just generally see Whirl of the Depths used a little bit more because it's a minor Slayer set. They work in kind of a similar way. Not quite. But yeah, Whirl of the Depths and Aegis Caller definitely still in the mix. And most other wall dailies endlessly repeatable. So if you can grind a lot of progress, I think they are. I'll confirm all of this stuff if and when I get access to an early, like a press server. I haven't heard back on that, so don't know if it's going to happen. But yeah, there are some things, although I've tested everything on PTS, they never gave us the full event on PTS. They only ever gave us, like, bits of it at a time. So the repeatability of the quests wasn't entirely clear. But yeah, I think you could just keep going. And hello, Overlorder. And thanks again for helping us out later. Yeah, Clanfish can taunt enemies only in Overland. Yeah. Which kind of PvP? That's a good question for Zdenya. I'm running a Nightblade today, subclass of course, but I just want to... I am just what too noob to stay alive. I am just too noob to stay alive, maybe? Is that what that means? Yeah, Lilydra, the idea behind the build was to keep the pets away. I guess I've never tried it. It never occurred to me. Like, in early arcs, a Fate Carver Arcanist is just unbelievably effective. There's no way you'll need a buddy. You don't need a tank. You don't need a pet. You don't need anything. In fact, it's probably better if everything heads straight for you, because then they'll be stacked and you can kill them more easily. And that's one of the problems I will have with companions tanking, is that they will always be... useless in a fight where I would like a stack, please, because they just don't do it. Not really. I know Zereth Var has the pull and everything, but no, it's far too infrequent and unreliable and inconsistent. And if you try to line of sight to augment the stacking, the companion doesn't understand that, and they just stand out in the open taking hits. So it's probably actually faster and easier just to be by yourself. You know, go and hug a corner somewhere like this. Everything stacks up in front of you, and brrr, you kill him. And then if it's a single target boss, you know, just a single target thing, so there's no chaining required. Then chances are it does more damage than the companion can handle. So yeah, it's kind of a catch-22 with those things. And pets as well. Zos don't tend to give us a ton of defensive and offensive power for free at the same time. You know, so that's why the Clanfear has 0 damage. Because it's got that big fat heal on it. And it's why the Scamp can't survive anything, because it deals a lot of damage. But, you know, players who are smart and who use the way... generally the way to... The sort of the way to approach it is to find what scales with what, you know? There are some things that scale with your offensive stats, which might be support, you know, heals that scale with your offensive stats, or they're sort of hybridized, they'll scale with whatever. And shields that can scale with that as well, though that tends to be exclusively health. And vice versa. You know, there are some things, some damage things that scale with armor and stuff like that. Players who, when they're smart, they can leverage those fun little interactions to get uniquely powerful combos that can help them out in solo or like small scale type situations. And below, I've got one Nightblade, Sork, Warden, PvP healer build, high survivability. Yeah, Maya used to do a lot of that. She started playing damage a lot more in PvP, but she used to be all healing all the time. Sork healer, PvP, just unkillable. It'd be funny. Whenever our group got wrecked, she'd always be the last one just hopping around with like 20 people trying to finish her off. Very funny. So, you know, basically hijacked one of Malcolm's builds. Hey, Maya, how's it going? Speak of the devil. There she is, folks. Send chat a hug. Aw, Maya's sending you guys a hug. I'm sure they hug back. That's just making me sad, Maya. You're just reminding us that you're not going to be here for Star Wars later. God damn it. Come on, old buddy. Don't let me down. Don't tell her the thing. Maya can't hear blurb? It should be there. Try it again. It was a bit quiet, actually. That's my mistake. Don't tell her the thing. Oh, honey, you should always feel...
We ain't found shit!
The thing. Am I right? There we go. Oh, thank you for the stretch. And the hydrate, Lily Dryad. Awesome. As Daniel was saying, I've basically hijacked one of Malcolm's builds, but I'm not good enough to use it, I think. Make sure you understand how he's using it. Sounds like a dumb thing to say, but, you know, I've done this too, when you will... Oh crap, I've got PvP in an hour, let's find a build. But it isn't necessarily clear how the person who crafted the build, you know, what their playstyle is. It's not necessarily to do with you being good enough, it might be a very dodge rolly play style, or you know, high bursts, low survivability. It might be, you know, like Jellyfish was saying, it's not a bursty build, but a sort of a slow wear them out and beat them up kind of build, which are a lot of fun because they can really catch people on the back foot. Lily Dried Elf Curse set. Elfbane, I guess. Any set that uses fire to proc like Narayaneth, then you have an endless meteor shower. Elfbane's heavy though. Yikes. I do love Elfbane though. When you have an excuse to use it, that set can still be a lot of fun. Unfortunately, I've generally stopped using it because it's a bit of a crapshoot as to whether Coral Riptide or Mechanical Acuity or, you know, any of these options are going to be best. Because if Elfbane, if your group is really good, situations where you would use Elfbane, like big trash pulls, damage is so freaking high now that if the group is any good, everything's going to be dead before you get the extra seconds of Destro from Elfbane. So you kind of only... You need to use it if the group is kind of bad. But obviously not so bad that the tanks don't know what they're doing, or the trash pulls are a mess. You know, ads are loose, nothing is stacked, and then you can't deal... You know, your trash setup is useless anyway. So there's like a sweet spot of the group being okay, but not very good. Where I feel like Elfbane is like absolutely bis for trash pulls. But I think with damage so high, probably most groups that most of us run with, trash is over way too quickly. Which is a bit sad. Well, it's a good thing, but, you know, that is sort of the... What's the opposite of a silver lining? Firedog, my background music just threw up Martin Roth Maya. That's fun. Yeah, Dark Matter, your build was good. That's another Malcolm setup, is it? It looked quite similar to what I was running. But I was in Mechanical Acuity, which means that when it's on cooldown, I just have to run around and kite and heal. And if you're being chased by someone very determined, like one of these dot setups, so no matter how, you know, if you break line of sight, it doesn't help. You're still having to, like, constantly heal yourself. Yeah, flail and beam. Yeah, exactly. Immobilizing the enemies. You should always feel the thing, yeah. Oh, thanks, Maya, for all the little pyramids. So I guess you're by yourself now, and you've got a little bit of a break. I was just telling everyone we're not going to have you with us today for Knights of the Old Republic. I'm fucking bummed about that. It sucks. It's finally spooky season. Elfbane prolongs Narayaneth, so it goes longer than theoretically proc itself. Yeah, sure. But that's not like... The fun interactions like that are fun, but it's not necessarily worth giving up 7 item slots for that, you know what I mean? Elambris would be the same. Remind me what Narayaneth procs off. It's just direct damage. Are you sure you're not thinking of Elambris? You must be, right? Or Grothdar? Because Narayaneth is just magic damage. You can get almost permanent Grothdars and Zarns with Elfbane, though. There used to be a thing you'd see a lot in PvP a couple of years ago, I feel like. Oh, Lord is already saying it. Magic damage, not flame damage. LeBro, give me fuel, give me fire, give me car-licking ass. Okay. Don't ever pimp me into singing Metallica again. Ugh. I'm a real metalhead. So I have a complicated relationship with Metallica. Like, on the one hand, they're a good and important band. On the other hand, it's like, no, Megadeth. Any day. Oh no, am I going to cause a fight in chat with that? And Alatera, welcome on in, LeBro. How you doing? How's the revision going? Alatera, the Arca immobilizes awful, nothing you can do to defend or break it. Yeah, pyramids make me happy, Maya. Yes, Rigor Mortis, and welcome on in. Hello there. Yeah, Dark Metal, I used an area effect burst with Herald, Winter's Embrace, Animal Companions. Herald, Winter's Embrace, Animal... Yeah, it's very similar to mine. Well, actually, no, it's not that similar. And Rigor Mortis, hello, hello. It's different, but I like it. That makes it more fun, though, doesn't it? It's different, so I like it. Almost. Should be the order of operations there. And hey, Ted, how's it going? Yeah, you meant Ilambris Strad, no worries. Gotcha, gotcha. We've got some Barara's Curse stuff. Yesterday, I'm not even sure what that's for, but whatever. We're doing Thieves Guild stuff. I do want to press on with the story. However, I'm slightly behind on writs and other nonsense, and it is always good to warm up the stream with a little bit of crafting writs where we can shoot the breeze. Ted Meister, good afternoon. You finally finished your first zone? Awesome. I mean, you must have done that before, but you've deleted a few characters since you started playing ESO, right? It procs off your face. I proc off your face, Maya. What? Moose, what was that? Give me fuel, give me fade, give me jabba jabba za. That is kind of what he says, isn't it? Give me fuel, give me fire, give me jabba jabba za. Like that. What album is that even? Is that Reload? Barara's Curse really is a curse for me nowadays. Oakensoul tanks using it in combination with a leeching plate. What? What? Are you serious? And are you like logging so that you know this? Where do people get these ideas? Why? Yeah, below the logging to see what absolutely cursed setups everyone is running. Remember Nefas did a funny video a long time ago about this. PC people versus console people checking logs. And it was based on an actual pug run he did, I think on the NA server, where he found someone with like 9 pieces of tooth row, I think it was. And they were just looking at these absolutely ridiculous setups. Yeah, that was very funny. What in the name of Alcast? Yeah, a buddy of mine used to do the same. Rigor Mortis, our buddy Danyo used to... he used to do late night pugs sometimes, and he would always log and then send us screenshots of the funniest shit. And it was funny, but it was also a little bit sad and triggering. You just want to, like... You just want to reach through that person's screen and slap them across the face with a wet fish. And say, read your goddamn tooltips once in a while. It's very weird. I remember being so insecure and setting such high standards for myself before I would even go into dungeons, let alone trials. I really had to have a complete setup, had to understand what I was doing, you know, my rotation and damage and all that. I needed to feel very confident that I'd done everything to set it up properly. Whereas other people, they'll just, I don't know, they'll drape a piece of bacon over their shoulder, shove a cork up their butt and wear one sock, and then go into a trial thinking, I've got a setup, doink. That's like the equivalent of what's happening here, I feel like.
Deposit?
Yeah, thanks for sharing the link, Dark Metal. Nice. Those are the actual lyrics, Moose. The revision is going well at work, so lurking. A revision is going well at work, so lurking. Sorry, got to put the right breaks and pauses in the transcript read through, right? I do feel a sense of responsibility when reading your guys' comments here. It's a little bit like you've been hired to do the audiobook voiceover for a, I don't know, a fantasy novel or sci-fi or something with a lot of gobbledygook. You know, a lot of names that aren't real, a lot of made-up stuff in there. And you just have to, do them justice, you know? Lily tried a few days ago. I was doing a random normal dungeon and we had a group damage of 25k and 6 to 7k were from my tank. Ugh. I've had groups like that a long time ago where it was like, I'm doing 5k and the total damage is 12. But I guess with power creep now, that's the equivalent of what you're describing. Yikes, yeah. Moose, hyper spreadsheet of pugs is pretty funny. Yeah. Yeah, Lily, the dungeon took a while. Why am I not surprised? But Lord, the weirdest thing these past days was a dude using 6 different sets. Only real bonuses were 2-piece slime craw, which is like the most useless bonus out there, probably. I suppose not anymore now that they've moved part of the crit onto the 2-piece. It's probably fine. Also missing enchants on Hunding's rage pieces. Alright, so they got it crafted, but forgot about the enchant. Yeesh, and her way, yes, indeed. It was a very precise depiction of group finder randomness. Dark Metal, I started doing trials with the original BFG from Zynode. It was okay, but damn, when I look back I keep thinking that was so cringe. The BFG, was this an Arcanist build? I'm guessing. Yeah, I didn't come across Zynode for a really, really long time. I think I'd already got my own setups at this point, and then a friend sent me a Sork build that his brother was using, and I'd only been playing the game for maybe 6 months, so I really didn't know much. But I took one look at that particular... I don't remember what it was. But I took one look at the build and said, no, I'm not using that. That's not... That doesn't seem better than what I've got at the moment. But I can't remember what he used. It was a really, like, maverick set choice. Everything else was pretty sensible, I seem to recall. But Zynode loves to do that. He loves to, like, find sets that are a little bit more left field. And sometimes that means, you know, it'll be something slightly less effective. But sometimes it means there's a reason why no one's using this, and unless you, like, go and do all the testing, you might not realize how weak it is, like Leeching Plate. It's absolutely terrible. It's been tested and demonstrated many times. But a lot of people still use it because the tooltip does, in fairness to them, make it look really good. And that must happen all the time. It must happen all the freaking time. It's why I'm a little bit cowardly and conservative with recommendations. I want to test everything before I say, hey, do this, that should work. And then turns out later, no, that was absolutely bad advice I gave. Yeah, 1 bar Arcanist with Oaken Soul. That sounds like fairly sensible. Rigor mortis, if I'm being honest, I think currently about these builds, Balorda always shows me that I want to recreate them. Really? Tell myself, I've only got one setup at the moment. That's all you need, man. All you need for the time being. And Rigor mortis, I think she wants them to punish me for this funny idea. Balorda, you kicked the 6 sets, dude, on top of the weird sets that he always stood behind the tank and was dead 90% plus. For every fight. Wow. That just sounds like someone maybe who doesn't have a clue what's going on. Just really new to the game. Not looking at their tooltips. Maybe trying to do Skyrim online. And not really sort of getting to grips with, okay, there are some things. You know, you want to be able to walk around Tokyo and function. You need to get to grips with your phrase book. It's the same with ESO. You want to do combat, you want to do dungeons, you gotta read your tooltips, at least at a basic level. Guy, come on. And I guess if he hasn't realized that. But yeah, I can sympathize, but it's very annoying when you come across someone like that. Whether they're just being clueless or thoughtless or rude. Like they know that they're not ready, but they're figuring, well, people will carry me if I'm lucky. It is annoying when you get one in your group. I get it. Yeah. Lily Drad. I'm not asking for a 100k, but I think 20 to 30k should be doable. Is so doable. And like I said, these are other people that we're playing with when we go into a dungeon. Like if they're my friends, then I almost feel less obligated to bring something particularly effective. I could just say, hey, just heads up, guys. I know we're only doing random normals, but this tank is brand new. Doesn't have any like proper gear. It's just crafted gear for the time being. You know, then it's okay. But I probably wouldn't go pugging with a character like that. I mean, I don't have any characters like that anymore. But you know what I mean. If you're with mates, guild mates, you can explain to them, BT dubs, you know, I am not going to be firing quite on all cylinders today because, yeah, the setup is new or it's not quite finished. And they'll be like, yeah, no worries, man. And then if you're struggling, hey, Khan, could you relog? Let's do this properly. But yeah, if you're with random people who don't know you and who haven't agreed to let you join them with your budget-ass build, then yeah, I think it comes down to courtesy, doesn't it? Alright, we're nearly done with the Ritz portion of the show today. I don't know, Rigor Mortis, 20k? In a random normal? I think people should be able to do that. Yeah, normal dungeons are story mode, so we don't really care. Yeah, but it would still be nice if people were bringing 20k. But the fact is, yeah, they don't need to. Ted Mice, I'm comfortably between the 90 to 100k mark. I think once I subclass, it should be over. Yeah. For sure. But Lord, even 1 bar Arcanist is stronger with Velothi. Just forget about the 2nd bar. Yeah, exactly. Rigor Mortis and Belorda will get mad if you recreate them. I don't think she'll get mad if you just recreate them. But only if you bring them into dungeons together. It's like, honey, I saw a really bad idea today. I saw a guy, like, going jogging with 1 shoe. And then the next morning, your partner sees you leaving the house with 1 shoe on. I'm just going for a jog. What? What the hell is wrong with you? Why do you see someone doing it wrong and think, hey, that looks like fun? Or Rigor Mortis, are you just curious, like, what it is like to tie your hands like that? Is that what's motivating you? And Cyborg, yeah, Balord is seeing it on logs. Yeah, and you can see, so yeah, clearly there are some things that are just, a lot of proc sets are very obvious. It's like, what? Who's using that? Or if you see a Clanfear running around, and it's definitely not the tanks. Like, even if the tank's running it, it's a little bit like, why? But if there's a DD running the Clanfear, hello? Just, you know, just unexpected things. Things that you don't normally see, and they suddenly get your attention. You go, hang on. What? Most, I got the pug version of a Japanese phrasebook. It's called Making Out in Japanese, and it's full of sex lingo. That's the pug version, yeah. Let's go straight to the part where you carry me. Are you okay if I recreate this Oaken Soul healing build? No. Hey, Schnax. And Tiago, hello there. Welcome on in. Schnax, say for tanking, it is particularly difficult to see for beginners that a specific set is bad. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree, yeah. I think it is hard. And not just for tanking. Like, just the tooltips can look like they promise so much, can't they? But yeah, because you'll typically not die because of that in positioning, CC, taunting. They don't depend on sets. Yeah. Even for DPS, I've used this example before, but when I did the little critique video of Highland Sentinel, and one guy just, I don't know what his problem was. He probably didn't watch more than 15 seconds of the video, but as soon as he saw that I was vaguely critical or vaguely questioning as to whether this set should be in the game in its current form, he responded with, I don't know what your problem is. This set is amazing. You're wrong, bro. Bro, you don't know anything. We ain't found shit. It was super hostile. And he was saying, I run dungeons with Highland Sentinel all the time. And I clear. So, yeah, fuck you. And I responded very politely. It took every ounce of a restraint that I could muster. But I responded very politely with, yeah, good for you. Congrats. But I think that's to do with you being a good player. Not the set carrying you through. You're probably clearing in spite of the set, not because of it. And it was that false what do you call it, you know, a false correlation, I suppose, between the two things. This happened and that happened at the same time. They must be connected. No, they are not. It's a coincidence. Yeah, you can still subclass Assassination, Ted Meister, yep. Dude wasn't able to out-heal the beam mechanic at second boss in Black Gem Foundry on a tank. Oh, no, the healer. Yeah, it's really strong. You only need to slot the ult on the first bar, or you can use it actively in a non-beam build. Yeah, especially if you want single target damage or you have weak sustain. You know, equipping the slotting the bow proc of your off resource. So if you're a stamina character, Merciless Resolve. If you're on a Magicka character, Relentless Focus. You don't need to do this, but like I said, if you want single target damage and you're struggling with sustain, the bow proc is really good as well. But yeah, Assassination's still really good. Rigor Mortis. Challenge accepted. Do I not need Resolve thingy somewhere? That depends on whether you're getting it from... You should be getting it from tanks. So in any content where you need Resolve, you'll generally be getting it from tanks. But if the tanks are useless, or you're doing, I don't know, PvP or solo arenas or IA, and you're not getting Resolve from anywhere else, then yes, have a version of your setup with, I don't know, Storm Calling, Winter's Embrace, something like that. Yeah. You're on the right track, Ted Meister. And Rigor Mortis. The second point is to get Balorda mad. I can't imagine Balorda mad. We haven't spent that much time in voice together, but we've spent enough. Very, very chill. Very calm, very polite. Is there true German rage? Teutonic rage lurking under there, Rigor Mortis. We have got a VCR later today. Maybe we should try and coax it out. Lily Dried, I've seen level 40 people do 20k. So I think when CP 1500 is the average of the group, 20k should be doable. Yeah. And, yeah, I mean, CP isn't... as Ballord is saying, doesn't necessarily mean anything, but I'm with you. If they've played the game long enough, yes, they ought to have read a tooltip or two in their time, but yeah, unfortunately, it's no guarantee of that. I've seen groups and guilds that recruited based on CP level, and that always seemed to me very strange. That's a cool hairstyle. Look at that. Alright, I might have to get that for my... Alright, I'm immediately relogging to check this out on my my healer, my Warden healer. Likes to play catch. Welcome on in. Hello there. How's it going? Where's my guy? There he is. Yeah, below level 50 characters are buffed by the game. That's also a fair point. Thanks for the blurbs, guys. Likes to play catch and Morgandy. Appreciate it. New Namtab, if you wanted the guild, let me try this. The Discord. We should add that command, actually, shouldn't we? And most, someone did VMA that with the pay to lose bucket helmet and broom weapon. They must be OP. So I'm pretty sure I got the hairstyle, but let me check. I don't even remember what it's called. Oh, he looks kind of fun in that, actually. Damn, where's the hairstyle? Did I go right past it? Normally the hairstyles really stick out because they're... Yeah, there it is. Curly tresses. Yeah, I did see it before on the preview, but this is the first time I saw it actually on someone. What? I didn't get it? Alright. Let's fix this shit. What was it? A legendary reward? You get... Let me remind myself how it works. You get the expensive stuff with endeavors, with seals. You get the cheap stuff with gems. I don't think I'm going to buy any more crates. So yeah, I should get this. Right, guys? Done. Can you dye it? Like, if I were to go to... I have to test that on PTS, maybe. Next time around. Go on, that's awesome. I'm just trying to think what was the funniest skin to combine that with. And yeah, catching up with chat. So, Shnacks, I think DPS usually rather overestimate the effective sets. Like, they do 20% of damage in a 4-man group. And think it's because they don't have Null Arcane perfected. Yeah, exactly. I've had this the entire time, even before we were content creators, just when we were running a guild. People thought, I just need to get perfected Reliquien, or perfected Sororia, or whatever. And it's like, no, you need to, you know, focus on your timing and dots and weaving and whatnot. This is a pretty good one. How about that? Just want something that contrasts with the hair a little more. Come on, he looks great. This is my Warden healer who never gets to do anything. Poor little guy. Anyway, enough about that. Where were we? Never heard, never heard that when we sit together. Can't imagine this. But I can get really angry, but it takes a lot. Once yelled at another player during your WoW trial. I think I've once done... Like, I swear a lot. And I've definitely sworn to use, you know, for emphasis. But the one time I really lost it with someone... I've told this story before. It was a Kind's Aegis trifecta prog. You know, it was a Dawnbringer prog group. And we'd been going for about, I think it was 2.5 months. Right? So it was already getting to the point where I really want to start resetting on death, guys. We'd had a roster prog, update 35 was happening. You know, a couple of people were like confused about their builds and what to do. So, yeah, there were a lot of delays. The group, we had to wait for a few people to become available. Lots of backups, yada, yada, yada. But either way, this guy in question had been with us from the start. So he'd been in there for like, I don't know, certainly over 10 sessions. We'd been in this place. And the group was getting really good at it. We were starting to get, you know, 1 to 2 deaths per clear. All very good. And this dude keeps dying in trash. And he dies to one of the Tidebreakers. And he says, "What is this wrath of tides on my death recap?" And I lost it. He was a very annoying guy. He was always late. He was always very demanding. He was completely clueless. He used to message Maya saying, "You didn't thank me for all the rezzing I did in last week's run." Because Maya's the admin and runs the guild. She's like, "What the fuck? Do I have to thank everyone for, like, doing their job during the run? Have you ever thanked me for arranging this group? Have you ever thanked Khan for leading it?" So yeah, he was a real pain in the ass, and he had absolutely no idea. One of those people who just goes through life not realizing they're causing a mess everywhere they go and irritating people. And yeah, I lost it with him when he said, "What is this wrath of tides?" I said, "You did not just fucking ask me that. You did not ask me that." And that was it. That was all I said to him. I said, "We've been in here for like 10 weeks. What's the matter with you?" And another player like messaged me later that day that they didn't want to raid in a toxic environment. I've had that before, and it triggers me, man. I was like, give me a break. This guy's an idiot. Like, the fact that I popped my clogs once after this many weeks, I should be given a medal. Pop my clogs? That's the wrong phrase. Blew my top, whatever. But yeah, it can happen. Happens to the best of us. But generally, it's not the way to deal with stuff. Unless someone is, like, completely crossed the line and is being abusive or whatever. And even then, anger doesn't help. You just step to them, switch them off, get them the hell out of there. And I've done that many times without getting angry. Or without showing that I'm angry. A time when you were young. Yeah, 15 years ago. Dark Metal, probably that weird curly hairstyle, but on Argonian, yeah. Feather Afro looks great. Exactly. Called it exploding chicken hairstyle. Yeah, that's fair enough. Brian Talk, hello there. Hello ho. How's it going? 135 is younger. It is indeed. Poor lizard. Yeah. No dye for hair yet. No, yeah, I meant, you know, can I... If I go back to character select... sorry, if I go and get a... an appearance change token, there are some hairstyles that are just... They are their own colour, and that's that. You know? I wondered if that was one of them, or if that is affected by his hairstyle. I guess it would be affected. Petrified War, howdy. How's it going? Welcome on in. Happy Monday, everyone. Welcome. I haven't said hi to people in a while, actually. That's fair enough. I've just been rambling, doing my own thing. Sorry about that. We found an Argonian hairstyle that I wanted to use. You are watching Ninja Pulls, day 38 of Gamesfest today. It's a big day for me. We're playing Knights of the Old Republic later. We're doing more ESO story. We're having a blast. We're just chilling. I'm catching up on some Ritz. We're talking about all kinds of stuff. Things that annoy us in random dungeons. Sets that people are wondering if they're good. Getting some PvP advice. Chat is being amazing. If you're just listening in and you've got questions about the game, primarily PvE questions, I guess, but honestly, anything. If I don't know, there's a very, very small chance that chat doesn't know either. So if you're just listening in, you're not taking part in the chat, feel free to jump in and say hello. We don't bite. Okay? That one time I lost my temper with that guy, he was very, very annoying, and he'd been getting on everyone's nerves for weeks. It was a separate thing. It'll never happen on Twitch. It'll never happen again. Wow. Look at that. That's from the Jubilee, isn't it? The Jubilee Crown Crates. Oh, you're waiting for that skin to come back that's on the Argonian? I don't even know where that came from. The Zolil scale. Not enough you've got quite a lot of skins for Argonians. You know, scaly skins. Why don't we have more furry skins? I don't mean furry in that way. I mean, you know, we got a few that are sort of cat related. So I always think of this character as fat. He's really not. I'd be delighted to look like that. I'd just be standing out in my driveway. Just all year round. Pretending to do gardening. Pretending to trim the hedge. No pun intended. Yeah, there are a lot of dodgy, silly skins. This one's pretty cool. I like this one. I wish I had a reason to use this one. Meh. But yeah, things like this. You know, on a Khajiit, it messes with the face a little bit, but it kind of looks cool. You know, just unique stripes and stuff like that. I know we already have the body markings, but there is there's a Parmarat body marking, which is quite unique. We could have that as well. The lizards have so many. They got this one. This one. You know, these are scale specific. This one kind of is. Not really. Is Glimmerton glow? No, that's sort of feathery. Like an Indrik. Yeah, there's another scaly one. There are quite a few. This one's sort of fishy scales more than lizard, but still. There are a lot. You get what I'm talking about, right? There are loads of them. And that's not even all. Why not more Khajiit style skins, I wonder? Petrified War, I got Bob Ross vibes. Yeah. Yeah, Lily Dry. I think the hair color is the color used in the character creation, the exception being colored hair. Yeah, so like I said, I don't think that's one of them, but the fact that it came up grey like that, and it was identical on the other character we looked at, it just made me wonder if it's like a predetermined hair color for that particular cosmetic. It'd be cool if you could make it a really bright color. That'd be ace. I got Bob Ross vibes, you certainly do. But Lord, it was really yelling. She was supposed to change her spec to healer and didn't do it with white because of her over and over. Yikes. Okay. I would have done a 5-minute angry yelling rant and blocked. You didn't say thank you. Seriously, this guy would message my... after a few sessions he did this. I don't know if he had some sort of issues, but he certainly... Like, if someone contacts us when they join the group and says to the raid lead or to Maya or whatever, say, hey, I have this particular thing that I do. socially, or I have anxiety, or whatever. And loads, I've lost count of how many people have done this over the years. They've contacted us when they join the guild or when they join a group and say, just FYI, here's my situation. So if I do anything, or if anyone does anything like this, this is the kind of thing that might happen. If it's a problem, come talk to me, blah, 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 blah. Like, none of this from that guy. So we had no reason to believe he needed special treatment, but he was just completely oblivious to everyone but himself, I think. That was the issue. Anyway, Slony Blony, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Welcome to Ninja Pulls. Appreciate the follow. Hope you're having a good day. I nearly said week, but it's a bit early to tell, really, isn't it? Right, Tog. So yeah, HelloFresh. Got it all sorted. Remove the extras. Not really taking them anyway and give us some money for that in return. Probably next box will be free. Hey! High fives. Yeah, with appearance changes should work. Cool. Petrified Ward. Usually the one who barely knows their nose from their buttocks that are the most arrogant. Yeah, exactly. Lily Dryad. I bite sometimes, but only people I like. Man, that is saucy. Don't tease us like that, Lily Dryad. Can't do that. A friend of mine, we used to do a PvP session every weekend. And, we get a few people together from the guild. It was usually the same, like 4 or 5 people would show up every week and we'd see what's what. We'd meet players who were better than us and all that usual stuff. But one morning, the PvP raid lead was late. In fact, he was always late. Lovely guy, but always late to everything. And it was just me and this Swedish girl in chat together. So we were catching up, how's it going? How's it going? What are you up to? And we were both complaining about how hot it is. And she then went into, like, astonishing detail. I don't think she realized what she was doing or who she was talking to. But she then described in detail how hot it was and how she'd have to strip down and what she was currently wearing, to get ready for the session of PvP. And I was just like, you can't say that to an adult man in voice when it's just the two of you. What's the matter with you? I won't repeat what she said. But she was basically wearing not much at all. A little bit of a PvP bikini situation. Thought that was pretty funny. Kind as a furry? Confirmed, exactly. Rigor mortis, we don't bite. But order, listen carefully, we don't bite. Most quite a lot of people on ESO deserve to be yelled at. Yeah, maybe, but it doesn't help. Yelling, it almost never helps. It's just not an effective way to get your message across. But yeah, when you just blow your top and you want people to know it, it absolutely can be worth deploying the yell sometimes, but...
Oh, there you are. I have been expecting you.
I think reality TV has, like, over-popularized it as a seemingly effective method of management or communication. Like, it just isn't. In my experience, anyway. Like, in all my life experience. Like, the bosses who raise their voices the most, or who try to project emotion the most, are generally the least effective managers I've had. I've never had one who was particularly shouty. Same with teachers at school. Yeah, it's useful to have a big fat yell in your back pocket so you can get people to STF you when you really need them to. But the teachers who shouted the most were always the shittest ones, weren't they? That can't just be my experience. So yeah, I try not to if I'm dealing with like marshalling a group, trying to wrangle a group together on voice. Alright, wait, time for me to leave. Had a busy morning. Need to rest now before tonight's trial prog. Have a good rest of the stream and enjoy. Thanks so much, Hoey. Was looking at my chat earlier. My bad, guys. No worries. No worries. Take it easy and have a lovely, lovely day. But yeah, most way too many seem so socially inept. It's like the only way to get through to them. Maybe so, yeah. Furry skins kind of sounds sus. Petrified War. All that work on skins, body marks, just for 99% to never be seen. I know, right? Exactly. Right, dog. Perhaps because Khajiit already have pretty cool fur options. and the Argonian option's a bit more boring. It must be something to do with that, but there is, like I said, there's a Parma Rat body marking that I've just been waiting ever since Northern Elsewhere came out. And that's when it was added to the game. I was thinking, right, well, surely only a matter of time before they tweak that and make it a skin for some of my Khajiit characters. Nope. Never happened. Kind of annoying, if you ask me. Thanks for the confirmations with the hair, yeah. Yeah, I knew the curly hair on humanoid characters can be changed. I was just wondering about the Argonian feathers. The fact that I saw two characters and it was both exactly the same shade of grey. By the way, guys, for those who are interested, which I'm guessing is most of you, somebody did ask the devs if hair dyeing is ever going to be a thing, and they said something about, yes, this is something that we're looking into. Like, it was very non-committal, but it was like, yeah, we have actually... We've listened to that, and we are seeing if that is a thing that we can add in future. It would have to be done carefully. Like maybe there's an extra thing alongside hairstyles, hair color, and then there are some collectibles that you can get in there. If she was Swedish, that sounds pretty normal. Yeah, maybe. Thanks, Pelorda, for checking. That's awesome. Much appreciated. 10 miles than there's me who's schizo. Well, like I said, anyone who has anything that's genuinely has a chance of causing an awkward situation or a strange interaction, they can just talk to the raid lead. I would advise that not just in my guild, but in any guild or any group. If there's any concern about that, like even if it's just that I'm a little shy sometimes, or I get home from work right before our trial begins, I'm generally quite knackered, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude, I'm just going to be a little bit quieter during our runs. But I'm listening, I'm focused, I'm here. Even that kind of little heads up can be hugely important. It doesn't have to be like a medical thing. Serious, not serious. But yeah, people often appreciate being given a heads up like that.
There you are. Remember Velsa's
It's Yago, it's true. Bethesda will charge crowns for nails with female characters. I mean, you never know. Bright Talk. Just summing up like 98% of conversations on this channel. Some people are odd. Dark Manor, hey, I'm only wearing clothes. I'm wearing only clothes. I won't wear them if you ask nicely. Yeah, I won't yell unless I'm upset, Bright Talk. Well, that's... Yeah. I feel bad about yelling even if I do, on the rare occasion that I do. This doesn't help. I thought I was allowed to bite ass? RL? Is that... What? I thought I was allowed to bite as raid lead. I thought that maybe that was a typo. I thought I was allowed to bite ass. Okay. Sorry, Belorda. I got it twisted. And Lily Dryad. Some people like to tease others. I like to do that sometimes too. I'm usually... know the person I tease for a while. Yeah. No, it's fun. It's a lot of fun. A lot of social currency works that way, right? It's and it's when it crosses into flirting. Like we've all had that with a colleague. You know, when there's someone you get on really well with at work who's the opposite sex, and you're both, you know, heterosexual or whatever, and sometimes it can veer into that area where you're like, oh, that's maybe taking it a little bit too far. Let's rein it in. I don't know, I've never really had like a big one of those at work, but I've seen other people do it as well. But yeah, it's sort of it's a lot of how we trade social currency, isn't it? Otherwise communication is just boring and literal all the time. You don't want that. That's no good. No good at all. Well, welcome on in, everybody. Welcome in. It's Monday afternoon. We're doing some Thieves Guild here stuff. I'm attempting to keep up with chat whilst vaguely following what this quest is about. Like I've said, I don't really care that much about the quest here because it's fairly, like, straight-laced. Not that interesting. The interesting thing about the Thieves Guild is the characters rather than the story, the narrative itself. I think that's fair. Erin, we need more and more skimpy armor so all the premium skins can shine through. Case in point, what's the skimpiest armor? Grat Climber. That's fairly skimpy, isn't it? How disturbing is that? She actually is completely transformed if I do this, isn't she? You see what I mean? The fur effect on this character is pretty cool. The Nordic bath towel. Yeah, it's either that or this, probably, isn't it? But yeah, man, I've got so many of these silly skins, and you're absolutely right, they just don't get used. That actually doesn't look that bad. Some of them are just awful, like what? Although, yeah, the more you show of it, the better it looks. Like, if you just have a character in a costume, and they have that face, it looks kind of rubbish. But if... I don't know, if they're revealing a lot of... They're showing a lot of skin. Suddenly the skin cosmetic makes a bit more of a case for itself. Oh man, this one with the blue eyes looks crazy. Anyway, right, enough about that. Seaborn Silver is the one we want. Brad Dog, let's just say I would not wear something skinny in real life if I can help it. There's a time and a place, though, isn't there?
Help someone in need?
Honestly, I probably shouldn't tell this story. I was very young. I was like 14. And I'd only just started going clubbing for the first time. There were a few clubs in the neighborhood where I grew up, like in that... There were 3 towns, each of which had a nightclub, like a proper nightclub, that would kind of look the other way if you brought a fake ID. And loads of people in my class, like in my year from school, all the alternative kids, basically. The ones who were into metal or whatever, they would go to these to this particular club. And yeah, I lived quite far away from this one town, so it took a while before I was able to persuade my parents to, you know, drop me off, let me stay at this guy's house and whatever. But I remember I wore... So, bear in mind, I was 14, right? So, you know, there was hooking up, but nothing serious. Nothing like that. And I wore a shirt with, like, flames, like a printed flames coming up the bottom. It was pretty cool, actually. Not that bad. It wasn't like a Hawaiian shirt or anything, but, you know. Definitely teenage clothing. and it was very, very hot in this club, and I got a little bit excited. It was like my second or third visit there, and, you know, I was in pretty good shape. I did an awful lot of sport, so I may have opened the shirt all the way, and everyone thought I was gay as a result. So it did not go well for me.
Don't cause trouble.
I was encouraged, though, that if I ever did... if I ever needed to hit on a guy, I was in with a shot, but... yeah, it wasn't exactly how the evening was planned. I kept it firmly... I don't think I ever wore that shirt to the club again after that. Maya could choose the bikini? No. Enough about that. Maybe we ask before we bite? Yeah, that's a good idea. Always get enthusiastic, uninformed consent before anything like that. And Rigor Mortis Blorder, you're allowed only once to bite, and it's on Saturday to get some sense into our group. Saturday group. But I'm sure Belorda's told me which one that is. But I don't recall. Yeah, when I want to bite them too. Saturday's going to be my day. There's always going to be that one person in the group who really wants to get bitten, though. And they're just a little bit too excited about it, and you're like, nah, you know what? I'm going to skip you. Right, Maya's messaging. What's going on? I think there's a delivery. Oh, okay, yeah. Something's been delivered for me, apparently. Interesting. I wonder what that could be. Yeah, Rigor Mortis, they should be scared. Lily Dryad. I would like if you could choose the type of damage you do with a skill. Would make some sets interesting again. Ooh. Yeah. They couldn't open it up completely. It would just be OP. Because then they would then have to nerf anything that modifies flame damage or... But yeah, if there was a bit more freedom with that, I know what you mean. That'd be interesting. More scribed skills, basically. Or make some of these scribable. Like make some base skills scribable. So you don't have to collect a grimoire for them. Provided you've leveled... I don't know. Provided the skill line is 50. Maybe something like that. That could work. And Rigor Mortis, for context, our raid discipline is rather poor, and we need to remind the group to shut their mouth during trials. Yeah, like a fun group with a lot of chatter is really fun, but if comms get in the way of actual trial callouts, yeah, once bitten, twice shy. Petrified War. I'm at times socially awkward, Briar Talk. Flirting is weird for me. Yeah, I don't like skimpy armor. Too many games have them. I don't really fuck with the skimpy armor either. Like, if I wanted to sexualize ESO... Well, I don't. I don't particularly want to... I don't want this game to become a sexualized thing. Elder Scrolls, I don't know. It's got a weird relationship with the subject. It's very conservative almost in the way that it treats it. Occasionally there'll be a sort of a giggling reference to something naughty. Ooh, you know, the lusty Argonian maid. But really, like most fantasy, is incredibly chaste all the time. So yeah, it's a little bit awkward. But yeah, I prefer it not to be... I know what you mean, Bright Talk, basically, yeah. Ninja Ball's bikini stream when? Yeah, exactly. Society generally frowns on my comfort wear in public. Petrified War. Kanye in a bikini could be interesting. Maybe. Yeah, Tiago, nightclub for me just means a club where they play music and have a bar, like... But yeah. Mesh tank top and tight jean shorts. Slowly Baloney, we need customization. Max health, magic, or stamina, or plus damage to dungeons, trial monsters, set that drops from higher tiers of IA. Ooh, sets that drop from higher tiers of IA. I would support that, but you know Zos would never do it. Too many players crying. Like, it's amazing how people accuse Zos of never listening, and yet they are constantly developing in fear of the backlash from the crybabies on the forums. And crybabies is a little bit harsh, but you know, the people who cry on the forums. You know what I mean when I say that. Well, Maya wants me to go and get the gift. Alright, I guess I'll be right back. I'm back, and wow, Maya bought me a book. Wow, it's the newest novel in a series of novels. It's just been translated from the Polish. I bet most of you can already guess what it is. But since Rigor Mortis just redeemed the trailer voice, how about I read the blurb on the back?
A crossroads, a symbolic place. 4 roads leading to the 4 points of the compass. A place of choice and decision, which you will have to take, Geralt. Witcher Geralt.
Hey, that's fun. Thank you very much, Maya. I've read all of the others. I didn't even know this one was out yet in the translate. It's a hardback as well. First edition. So, yeah. Well, that's fun. Very, very random. So it's very sexy indeed. Sorry, Rigor Mortis. Didn't do a great job there, did I?
In a world of rigor, one man had the mortis to make it work. Coming this September, he's about to find out how much rigor he really needs.
I don't know, man. It's such a dumb bit that we do here. Never read any of the books. Are they any good? They are really good. Maya is the goat. She absolutely fucking is. Maya, you hear that? Or you read that, rather? What, the hunger polymorph is sexy as fuck. Package already? Maya works fast. Already chose a bikini. Yeah. Oh, no. One day, maybe we'll get a Nordic bather's towel stream. How about that? That would be a fun thing to do. Maya does ooh-woo voice. Ooh-woo. I can't really do that. Alright, we'll have to write that one down. Alright, I'm gonna say, Tiago, Maya owes, you owe Tiago an ooh-woo voice. and thanks for the book. I'll tell you what, it's probably not an entirely selfless gift. She probably wants me to read it to her in the evenings or something. Sometimes when she can't sleep. Or at Christmas time, actually, we do that. We'll sometimes read to each other. Maya likes to read poetry, which is less lame than it sounds. It's fucking awesome, actually. Or she's read some, like, Jeeves and Wooster, some P.G. Wodehouse to me as well. But usually I'll read either The Hogfather by Terry Pratchett or the Witcher books. Christmas time, that's pretty cool. Who can't sleep? Crybaby is harsh, pretty mild for what I would call them, yeah. What the fuck, auto mod? Cyborg saying, remove all the regular sets from the game. Leave only craftable, maybe extend crafting options as they did for skills with scribing. Fully custom sets and skills. Wow, that would be wild. That is a great way for the devs just to defer. Fine, you're sick of complaining about all our sets? Fuck you, make your own. I like it.
You're right on time. What did our esteemed guildmaster tell you?
Yeah, there's no romance in ESO. Yeah, romance and sexualizing the game aren't necessarily the same thing. Do you know what I mean? Just putting little anime outfits everywhere. I don't know, that kind of bums me out. I can see why Zos do it. All other MMOs are loaded up with that stuff. But it's like, come on. Just have some class. If the other MMOs don't let that, you know, allow that to solidify your position as the classy MMO. You don't have to follow them down that particular rabbit hole. And they haven't really, but every time I see an article about Final Fantasy XIV, it's always, and I mean always, accompanied by a cat girl in a bikini picture. And I know that's just the internet trying to get me to read the article, but it just makes me want to play the game like less determined to... Hang on. More and more determined never to play the game. That's the phrase I'm looking for.
Good, because I found something. The captain of the Dream Snake was always interested in making fast coin.
Yeah, Maya, how's it going, chat?
Sloppy, even for
Book love! Yeah, Witcher! Witcher!
She and I have
The excitement in your voice about the book. It's very hard to sound excited on stream. Seriously. Guys, if you've got microphones for raiding on Discord and stuff, I'm guessing, just to give you, and this is not for me, but for anyone who streams or who has made YouTube videos, record yourself saying something excitedly, and then listen back to it, and what you'll think you're saying is, good, because I found something, but what you'll actually hear is, good, because I found something. I've even heard people who make YouTube videos regularly say they had to redo a voiceover completely or in part because they listened back to it and realized, I sound so bored. What the hell? I think Kamul said this once as well. Even Bislobo. And that is like the most excited sounding man, you know, on this side of the planet. But yeah, there's a strange thing about when you distill it down to just the voice. It's very hard to sound animated. You really have to overdo it in order for it to work. So yeah, if I sounded a little bit unimpressed by the book, then I'm sure that's why. Also, I'm weird with gifts. I get weird when people buy me things. When I turned 30, and we had like a huge party for me over like several days. I loved it. I had a great time, but it was really like awkward. I had to kind of pretend that it was someone else. I don't know. It's not a big deal, but it's a strange thing that I have. I don't like being the... It's not even the center of attention, because that I don't mind. Yeah, it's weird. But yeah, the books are very, very good indeed. And Alatariel, who can't sleep. Nice job with the book, Maya. Yeah, enjoy him reading it to you. We'll see. We still have a couple of more books to catch up on before we get there.
A contact nearby. She's prone to boast.
Yeah, but Lord, I really dislike the feather outfit in the carnival crates. Yeah, it's quite cool, but it's not very Elder Scrolls, is it? Yeah, it's out of place. Exactly, I agree. It's very well designed. There's nothing wrong with it per se, but can't understand why it looks funny. Yeah, same. Slowly baloney, you could be Batman. You've never seen me and Batman in the same room, same place at the same time, huh? You ever think about that? I like gifts, just saying, Maya. Alright. Hint. I bought you Kingdom Come Deliverance, the first one.
Find what you can. After
that definitely doesn't count, does it?
She has her own task and will know.
Rigor Mortis is going to offering to send a cookie. Bright Dog, I dislike getting gifts from friends that I am... Sorry. I dislike getting gifts from friends that I'm like, why do you give me that? I never talked about it. I don't dislike it, but that's fun. I do have a weird, I don't know what that is, but there's something about an unexpected gift or getting lots of attention on a birthday that I don't give into it, but it's a sort of a reluctance that is there. You know, this is not a therapy session, so I'll shut the fuck up about that. But yeah, since we were talking about it. But yeah, I think I know what you mean, Brad Tog. I think that sounds vaguely relatable. And Tiago, why they add more voices? What do you mean? Zos add more voices, or AI? You know, but that's a bad situation for the people that give the voice to the NPCs. Yeah, I don't think AI should ever be used for anything like this. I think maybe it could be used to. I like the idea of creating. If you label NPCs that are like not hero NPCs but just random background NPCs, I like the idea of using AI to give them like some sort of way of communicating with you, but in very strict parameters. They'll just be like, "Could you leave me alone now, please? If you ask too many things, why are you bothering me?" I think that'd be funny. Just to add a little more depth, and yeah, one of the classic ways that we bump up against the edges of the game in a video game is that when we talk to, oh, that's the guy I just spoke to around the corner, they look exactly the same. Or in Cyberpunk, when you park your bike, you climb off it, and two girls wearing exactly the same outfit and hairstyle and everything walk past you. And when you talk to the NPCs, you're like, oh right, I've now heard all 5 bits of dialogue that character has. And that's it, now they're just looping over. And there's not a lot you can do about it. I mean, Star Wars The Old Republic, see what I did there? Which we'll be playing later today. They did a very clever thing with that, actually.
Find what you can. After that, meet Quen near the harbor. She has her own task and will no doubt need your assistance.
You mentioned an unpleasant history with the captain of the Dream Snake.
I once told the captain I was a wealthy Argonian
The Dream
prince
Snake sounds a little bit
fast
saucy,
ship
doesn't
to
it?
transport my riches. She let me inspect the smuggling compartments.
Lily Drive, is that an invisible Arcanist beam?
She just has
Oh
one
no,
eye
that thing will sneak right up on you.
half blind. I left her the eye patch.
Rigor Mortis, I would send Belordo a cookie too, but she never wants. I hate gifts, now I owe you. Yeah, it's not that, but it's something akin to that, Moose. I think. They're like, oh no, now I have to behave as though it's... maybe, I'll tell you what, maybe it comes from being a kid and getting a pair of socks or a yo-yo or something that you just like, what the fuck? Like, I do not want this. I kind of would rather you'd given me nothing, because then I wouldn't have to behave like I'm super grateful for this random thing. Do you know what I mean? Alright, Brian Dog, I'm off. Nap time. See everyone later. Find out that some of the NPCs in here are louder than others. Oh, that's always going to happen. But yeah. What are you holding? What is that?
Harpy egg. They're sickening. I'd never actually eat one, but they're garish enough to draw attention from me. People see the Argonian with disgusting harpy eggs, not the Argonian with amazing fashion sense.
He's so great, this guy. There's an awesome voiceover as well. Great characters. I definitely stand by that claim. Great characters in the Thieves Guild story. I think Velsa's my favorite. All right, so we're gonna do a B&E to get into the ship. Belsa is great, yeah, man. Absolutely. just interesting as well. Like, I didn't expect... Like, it's not that amazing or clever, I guess. But, yeah, I wasn't expecting them to do anything quite like that. Is that a Malma dude? Singulnia. It's a hell of a name. These got smashed by the mercenaries from Taneth. Small shipments, blah 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 blah. A new Commodore means we need more money, fast. Only way to pay the tribute, we'll load our compartments to the guilds next time we're in Anvil. Betrayed, who is this Kosh? And how could he know we're smuggling skooma? If I don't meet him at Noshira Citadel, he'll have the Iron Wheel raid my ship. If I take us to deep waters, the Commodore will think we abandoned the tribute, but our contacts are spooked and refuse to take the shipment off our hands. This Kosh has me by the short whiskers. I'll have to meet with him at that blasted old fort. What else am I to do? Dun dun dun. Yeah, remember this bit. Noshira Citadel. Razumdar, yummy, I would bite him anytime. Yeah, but then you'd be picking fur out of your teeth. That's no good. He's too furry, exactly, man. Can't have that. I think the one movie night that we've done so far on the Discord, the Ninja Pulls Discord, was we watched Your Highness, and there's a very cute bit in there. It must have been improvised, but it's a very, very silly, very filthy film. If you don't know it, it is sort of a stoner movie about two princes, but it's a fantasy. It's sort of a fantasy adventure stoner movie. So it's very, very weird, very filthy. Oh my god! Do not watch it with your grandma. Oh, I need to meet Quen first. I was already heading over to the Citadel. Oops. But there's a bit near the end where Zooey Deschanel plays like the rescued maiden, you know, and James Franco plays the eldest prince, and they get together. That's kind of how the movie starts, and then they have to rescue her and yada yada yada. And there's a scene at the end where they're watching something happen, and they're just sort of whispering to each other, "I love you too," and he just bites her hair. He just like grabs a little lock of her hair and just bites it. You don't see a lot of biting in movies. Unless it's a vampire film, right? Who was there with us for that evening? I know some of you were there.
Well, I'm finished.
Not everywhere. You reckon he's like a kitty on the belly? There's no fur, but...
The flooded district near where Velsa called home?
No details, please.
They had nowhere to go after the floods. One of the dockyard bosses offered them work, food...
If someone wants to say Razumdar is funny or furry... Only can't he be both? I don't want this to turn into a furry... Eero stream. Erotic roleplay stream. That's no good.
That's what I told Zulguk. Fine.
Alright.
It's nothing.
Come on, Quen.
I will, but later. Now isn't the time.
This is very much in the vein of that,
I don't know why this matters. Zira is like an academy instructor, handing me busy work.
This is one of the ways in which BioWare, and again, this ties into Knights of the Old Republic, which we'll be playing a little bit later. This is one of the ways in which they would get you to kind of grok that there is depth to these characters. They're not just there for combat mechanics and to move the plot along, but you know, to give us the sense that these are characters. They have their own background, they have their own agenda, and depending on what you do and what you say, they will treat you differently, they will react differently, they'll open up maybe. One of the most obvious, maybe clumsiest ways of doing it is to say, "Oh, I don't want to talk about it." You know, there's something appears to be bothering Quen, but she won't talk about it. So then it gives you this idea that you have to break down her defenses, get to know her a little bit, get some experience together, and then it'll be sort of rewarding having the reveal of what's been bugging her this whole time. BioWare do that a lot in Knights of the Old Republic. And yeah, when we play it in, I guess we'll start in about an hour. We're definitely going to pick that apart and see how well it compares to Baldur's Gate 3 and things like that, which, you know, very much building on the work that BioWare did back in the day. But Lord Khan, the setup for tonight is ready.
Excellent. All is ready. Bring the girl.
Sorry, that is from a very old horror movie. I think it's also a sample used on the Akakoka album, Coronzon. Any fans? No? Have you checked your setup? Yeah. Rigor Mortis, you just love to troll Belorda and everything she's doing, right? I feel like that's definitely your bag. Star Pupil?
No, I didn't. What I meant to say was. All right. I suppose I'm.
Don't be jealous, Quen. Just be better.
Easier to you than it does me.
Not really. We'll talk about it later.
That's good to hear.
I don't want to be mean to her. I don't feel the need. Alright, so now we need to either eavesdrop or search the private room. It's probably easier to eavesdrop, isn't it? I'm trying to be too slick. We're supposed to go here.
You weren't supposed to tell anyone about our arrangement.
I need your volunteers
Here we go.
for my experiments. I would never ruin things for myself.
Alright, new Namtab. Regarding the Writhing Wall event. Saw the video. Thank you. Well, thank you. But is it going to be difficult for solo players? No. Absolutely not. The fortress seems difficult when you need to be upstairs and downstairs at the same time. That is a group instance. There'll be like 30, maybe 50 people in there. I have no idea what the cap is going to be. But yeah, don't worry. The Writhing Fortress is actually soloable. It's just all the trash is very easy, like alarmingly easy, I thought. And I told Zos, and I got a lot of, you know, Gina said, awesome, thank you, I passed the feedback on. And I've been told they have made it a little more difficult. They've made some tweaks, but they are concerned that they don't want it to be like a trial. And I was like, no, this is like a random normal. It's like a base game normal dungeon in terms of difficulty, except there'll be 50 people in there. So that's going to be too fast. But I guess they want a safeguard so that if there's a late night instance with only 3 people in it, it doesn't become unclearable if those 3 players are very badly prepared. But honestly, there's nothing difficult about it. It's just fun. The 3 bosses are going to be very difficult to solo, not because they're hard to do, but it's just going to take you a very long time. Those of you who've watched me streaming, especially the Harvester boss, I was soloing that at one point. I got her down to like 67%. And I was like, fuck it. This is going to take me an hour. I'm just going to leave. But it wasn't difficult. The final boss would be a little bit more challenging, I think. But even then, it is soloable. It's just, it would take you all day. So the objective there is very much not for it to be soloed by anyone. And that was the grounds for my feedback. I actually got quite a lot of pushback. It's very strange sometimes when the devs do this thing where they give us an early glimpse at some things before it goes out on stream to everyone else. They don't always do it, but it's the thing Gina has started doing more recently. And I know that Skinny Cheeks and I massively appreciate it. For example, there are others as well, I'm sure. But it means that we can get our videos ready in advance. Even if it's only 24 hours. But I asked the question during this, like, you know, it's way too easy. Have you guys made it more difficult? And that's when I got the response from Michelle herself, saying, yep, we have made some tweaks, but, you know, keep in mind, we don't want it to feel like a trial. We want it to feel more like a dungeon. In terms of, it's not supposed to be soloed. I remind you guys, but I got a lot of pushback from other people who are on the stream team and whatnot that were in the channel, who haven't played it, but were immediately questioning my claim that it is too easy. It's so strange. I think people think because Ninja Pulls, we do videos with dummy humps and DPS tests in, that we are some sort of end game meta humping elitist, like super try-hard sweat lord. I don't know. Like, anyone who hangs out here and watches me actually plays the game knows damn well that's not the truth. But it really bothered me, actually, to see that, like, pushback. So the devs will be thinking, yeah, well, we don't need to take his advice. I'm the only one in there who has played it. I'm telling you it's too easy. And just the mobs, by the way. Not the bosses, but the trash mobs. But people who haven't played it are there saying, oh, well, keep in mind, not everyone is amazing at the game. And it's like, no, my point is, it should not be soloable at all. If it's supposed to be for 40, 50 people, the fact that I can solo it quite easily, it doesn't mean anyone else is going to be soloing it when it goes live. It just means that it's going to be over really fast and it's going to be less fun. So, yeah, there's a real... It's funny. You know how the ESO community likes to imagine that there's an elitism at work here, and that casuals are trying to, you know, there are like gatekeepers trying to keep them out of trials, and in PvP as well. It's the same kind of myth making there. That, oh, you know, the elites are trying to gatekeep us, and it's simply not true. PvPers, trial players, those communities, they desperately want more new and inexperienced players to come in and join their communities. We desperately want more people. So we would be crazy to gatekeep anyone. It's just not a thing that ever happens. Honestly, I'm really struggling to figure out where the hell I'm supposed to go, as you guys may have noticed. It keeps changing, man. Yeah, there it is. I knew it was down here somewhere. But yeah, I think that has now crept into the content creator space as well. So that if there are certain people like Hyper, Skinny, 8 Puppies, or me, perhaps, that if we say something, it's immediately regarded with suspicion. I don't know. But I sometimes get that vibe, and it bothered me. You know, you guys who were here when I was on the PTS testing the writhing wall, I was really sad that no one else was there. Partly because it would have made it easier for me to clear the damn thing. But yeah, New Namtab, I hope that answered your question. It sent me down a rabbit hole as well. And as Belorda said, you'll never be alone during the event. And Tiago Dam, I was playing another game. Now seeing the stream, my inner voice doesn't show up. Go play ESO. Yeah, Namtab, cool, excellent. Blitz and Pieces, thank you very much for the follow. Sorry for the yapping. But, yeah, seeing the lack of people actually prepared to go and test the writhing wall, like, just kind of need us to do that. And then getting pushback when I'm on one of the only people who seems to have tested it. Like, I'm the only person who posted feedback in the channel that we were supposed to do. So no shade at anyone who didn't go. You know, everyone has their own priorities and schedule. Not everyone has the time or the disk, you know, the drive space for this. But yeah, I don't know. Do you guys know what I mean? That immediately having what you say questioned because you're regarded as a source of a certain type. Especially if that type is a complete misunderstanding as to who you are and where you're coming from. Mike EVG, ahoy there! And Namta very clarifying, yes. Yeah.
A most regrettable welcome.
Well, we'll see. They said they've made some tweaks to the ads.
Shall be quite distressing to hear. For this, I offer my gravest and most humble apology.
Yeah, Blitz and Pieces calling out for something you've tested and they haven't is crazy work. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't quite calling out, but it was just pushing back against the idea. Like, I've been there, I've tested it. One person did say, how easy are we talking? But most other people just immediately went with, well, not everyone has been playing as long as you can. I was like, that's not the point. The point is, this is supposed to be a huge group event. The fact that I can solo 98% of it, possibly all of it, it would just take forever, is a little bit worrying. But I think the boss encounters are about right. I think they're good. People are gonna die, not very often, but people who are like completely underprepared or don't have major resolve, they're probably gonna die to some stuff. They'll get up, it'll be fun. I'm not worried about that. But I think the trash getting to each boss fight is just gonna melt. No one's gonna see anything. But we'll see. We shall see. Hopefully they have buffed it now and it will just last a little bit longer. But I'm not kidding. I was in there with a trial setup, pretty much. Just an Arcanist with major resolve and pragmatic fate carver, and I was just melting everything with zero effort, no pressure on me at all for most of the time. It wasn't until I'd get to one of the bosses that I was like, okay, now I need to pay attention. Because if you get them, if you spend half an hour getting them to 50% because they're the only one on PTS, and then you die and the boss resets, it's like, oh, heartbreaking. But I am excited about those. I think the boss fights on left and right of the Writhing Fortress are really fun, and the final boss fight in the middle is awesome. It's really awesome. But here's where I'm coming from. Right? So if a bunch of people finish one side, because you can't go to the final boss until you've done left and right, east and west. It's a little bit like City of Ash 2. You remember at the end? You got the trash mobs on one side, and then on the other side, and then once you've done them all, you can cross the bridge and go and see Valkynscoria. Imagine if that was a group event. You've got a left group, they finish first. So they move down to the middle while the right group finishes, and then they run ahead. As soon as the right group finishes their thing, the bridge appears, the left group, who are already waiting at the bridge, they charge in, and they nuke Valkynscoria to pieces. And the right group barely has time to get there. That's what I'm worried about. It's not like a philosophy of game design that I'm coming from. I'm thinking of people who are like, oh, it's open, I want to get in. If it only lasts like 40 seconds, there's a good chance people will miss stuff. So I think even if you just make the ads completely harmless, just add a little bit of HP, maybe double some of the trash pools HP, just so they take a little bit longer for a group of 10, 20, 30 people. Because if I'm able to clear them in seconds, you're not even going to see them with 20 people in there. So, yeah, it's a concern, and I think it's legit. And I did check with the devs, like, am I playing a much easier version on PTS? I still haven't got clarity on that, but I'm pretty sure I was playing the real thing. But yeah, hopefully the feedback has made a difference. Who knows? Anyway, moving on.
Welcome, for I have such unfortunate tidings.
You guys haven't actually played it, so I get it. You don't really have any context for what I'm saying. Tell me what's going on, dude.
Left for Noshira Citadel. She made me promise upon our long and profitable friendship not to reveal this, but your vigorous interrogation left me no choice. Go after her, of course.
Vigorous interrogation. I said, what's up?
The Iron Wheel will know you don't belong. It is settled. You shall meet with the illustrious Perseus Locke at the Diamond Thimble. He shall help you obtain an appropriate disguise.
All right.
Velsa assured me she would not venture beyond the outside.
Maybe you could get pulled in like in dungeons? I don't think so.
Oh my.
Because it's not a linear... It's not like boss 1, boss 2, boss 3. There's east and west, and then there's the final one. Also, there are reasons why it might be hazardous to pull people in. I don't want to spoil, but there are environmental reasons why that might not work. If you guys were hanging out in stream when you saw me doing it, I've cleared it a bunch of times. It's really, really good. Don't let me, like, throw cold water on the idea that this is cool content. And hey, Zos did say they've buffed they've tweaked the encounters a little bit. So hopefully they've just buffed the trash. Last boss only. Yeah, that's the thing. It's fairly quick to get to it. There are portals set up within it. That all works, but no, there's no joining encounter in progress. Or there wasn't on PTS. And I don't think it would work. People would die if they got pulled in at the wrong time.
A cherished friend, though not always. Once we were.
I love the sense of like all the trading that's happening around here. This gets me really thirsty for a Hammerfell expansion. I've been waiting for that for ages, partly because Thieves Guild was so fun and interesting, and they paint a really cool picture. You really want to see beyond the edges of this picture, right? So to speak. But also because there's a huge dirty great gap, both in the map and in the lore. And I don't know, the sort of the tinfoil hat wearing part of my brain suspects that one of the reasons we haven't seen anything here, when it's like such an obvious place for them to go, is that is where Elder Scrolls 6 is happening. And they don't want to mess with that, or they want to release something in tandem with Elder Scrolls 6. Come on, how fun would that be? You get to explore the same places, but 1,000 years before? Maybe 6 months after TES 6 comes out? I don't know. Yeah, we need to expand Hammerfell. Absolutely, Devil's Master. I can't wait. Especially with their newfound freedom with regard to storytelling. You know, they're not shackled, they're not chained to the radiator of the annual chapter anymore. They can do pretty much whatever the hell they want. They just got to figure out a way to sell it to us which doesn't piss people off. You know, which they got to figure out a thing which we want to play and which we are happy to buy. And then they got to figure out a way, not just the price, but a way to sell it to us. People did not like the idea of the content pass. You know, the idea of a season pass? It just evokes things in gaming that people are very suspicious of. So I hope they rethink that and see if there's a better way to charge for what they're doing. That'd be cool.
Hold still. Your attire is... That isn't a bloodstain.
How long must we wait for TES 6? I reckon it might only be a couple more years now. Who the hell knows? Silverclaw said you can provide me with a disguise.
Oh, did he now? Something
These outfits are awesome.
stand out at the next merchant
Like when you see them on a player, it's not that big a deal. But having just played through all the base game stuff, it's clear, you know, the assets, all of this stuff is way more high fidelity than the base game. It's not before 2039 or 2030. Right, I see, 2030. I will be a little bit disappointed. Like, what the fuck are they even doing if it doesn't come before 2030? But yeah, I don't think you're far off. I reckon 27, 28, maybe. Who knows? But I think it's a while yet. It's probably a long way off still. That seems to be the general consensus. At least a couple of years. And Lily Dry depends on the group that could nuke the boss. It's not a typical group encounter in the way that you're thinking. I don't want to say too much, but basically 3 players can do it. Well, I mean, that's like I said, 1 player can do it, but it's just very slow. 3 players can do it relatively easily if they are communicating and they know what to do. If they're not communicating, it's a little bit harder. And if they know the mechanics, clearly. There are mechanics, there are things you have to do, but they're very, very simple. People aren't going to get lost. And a group of 10, 20, it'll probably be over in... I don't know, I'd be surprised if it lasts more than a minute with like 20 people there. And a minute is quite a long time. But a lot of that is not going to be combat. It's going to be movement and obeying mechanics and stuff. The actual final boss is pretty easy to kill, but you can't... I don't know how much I'm supposed to say, because most of you have been here while I've been streaming it, right? And we're talking about the Writhing Fortress, by the way, the final stage of the Writhing Wall. If anyone's just joined us, I'm trying not to spoil. But it's not like a stack and whack type fight. It's the opposite of that. There's a lot of stuff you have to do in between hitting the boss. It's like you earn your opening to hit the boss with some damage, and then you make the most of it. And if people are making the most of it, then we're good. And it's kind of the left and right, the west and east side of the fortress. They kind of teach you how the final boss is going to work. It's a little bit of that, you know, where they'll show you one thing, then they show you another thing, then they combine the two, and hey ho, you got a boss fight. But they're very, very simple. It's not like Lylanar, Turlesil, in Dreadcell Reef or anything where people are going to be wiping and scratching their heads if they don't know the mechanics.
Well, if you wanted a burial suit, the Iron Wheel charges far less than I. Though perhaps...
Dark Metal, I'd say 2031 and release TS6 on the 20th anniversary of Skyrim. Yeah, enough with Skyrim, Todd. Maybe a few more Skyrim versions for that. Maybe a biting edition of Skyrim. Lily Dryad, how about that? Instead of weapons, you just dual wield those comedy little plastic teeth in your hand, like castanets. You go around biting stuff. I bet Lily Dryad would play the shit out of that game. Alright, what if I don't want to pay?
Well, then I'd assume you're from Abar's Landing.
Alexa used for Srodai, yeah.
Individual who has yet to pay the bill for just such an outfit.
Yeah, Devil's Master, you are not the only one. I want a mannequin as a furnishing, not just for my tailor shop, but for horror as well. That would be cool. That's got to be a thing that's occurred to them. LCI Yorochi, who's the housing lead, again, she was awesome. If you guys didn't catch her on this channel during 10Fest, like, it's when you talk to a developer like that that really restores your faith in a studio like Zos to some degree. Obviously, she doesn't represent everything about the studio. She doesn't represent ZeniMax, but I thought she was an excellent representative of the nerdy, talented creatives who are working on this game and loving it, and just hope that they can get as many years as possible where it's still, you know, making enough money, and they can continue making another set of assets for the next zone or the next house or whatever.
Outfit, but if you're averse to saving coin, I will sell you one directly. Be warned, the disguise won't do you any good within the Iron...
By the way, she's also responsible for... This is LCI Yorochi talking about here. She was awesome. Really, really enjoyed talking to her. She's also responsible for the new house we're getting later this year. Which is somewhere around here, I believe. Somewhere in the Dawnwood. The overgrown Chapel of Julianos. Wild-grown Chapel of Julianos. There we go. And again, if you've been watching this channel or we've been on PTS, you know exactly how cool that house is. She literally built that herself. Fucking awesome.
Of his outfit, but if you're averse to saving coin, I will
South of Ostomy Way Shrine, something like that. Yeah, exactly. Somewhere like that.
Any good within the Iron Wheel's headquarters. I am physically capable of doing so, but it will never happen. I'd rather... Paranoia, of course.
Alright, so... Where would I steal it from? Let's just buy it. We got plenty of gold. Do we look sexy in it? Not really. It's not the worst. Not the best. Alright, off we go. I want the werewolf house back. Yeah, the rift one. The hell is it called? Hunter's Glade. I've taken more than a few screenshots in there. Maya has it. Maya used to buy every house. All the crown houses. And then she stopped because she still buys some. But she just doesn't have time for housing anymore. She's like working. you know, 15, 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, practically, so that we can keep Ninja Balls going. So she doesn't have any time for housing, which is a little bit sad. I'm really hoping we can get to the point soon where this is a self-sustaining enterprise. Speaking of which, it's a nice little segue there. If there is anyone who likes what we do, if you like the YouTube, if you appreciate the Discord that we've got, if you've been to some of our teaching trials, there'll be more of those coming, by the way, as soon as I'm done with Gamesfest, which has got like a week left. Not even. We've got, yeah, we've got a week left, including today. It'll finish on Saturday. So, no, what I'm talking about, we've got 5 days left. But yeah, if you appreciate what Ninja Pulls has been doing, please do consider supporting us either here on Twitch with the sub. You can also become a member on YouTube, but then YouTube, you know, Google takes half if you sub on Twitch. Amazon takes half. So if you really want to support us, do feel free to check out the Ko-fi link. Not to beg too hard or anything, but, you know, it's there, and that way you can spend half as much. You know, $2 a month, for example. If just a few people were willing to do that for us, it would really change things. So we massively appreciate those who gift subs on the channel. People who just get a sub for themselves. Those who haven't really got the scratch for that. You know, studying or whatever. And who just hang out and chat. We appreciate all of it immensely. But I should mention it, shouldn't I? With Gamesfest coming to an end this week, it's been an enormous amount of fun, an enormous amount of work. And if you want us to continue doing stuff like this, there is a very, very clear way to make that happen. And that is simply to show that it is viable. In the long run. Alright, Valsa, let's go. Thank you for listening to that.
At best, a minor accomplishment. He didn't send you to that powdered hornbill, did he? Buy a special uniform to fit in?
Why'd you ask?
You do know he gets referral for everyone he sends to that flax peddler?
Oh, no way. Gloomvex, thank you. Oh, you've already supported, though. That's the thing. Oh, Gloomvex being a hero, thank you. We really, really appreciate that. You've already supported by gifting subs and all the rest of it. Absolute champ. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But, yeah, it is a thing I should get better at putting out there. You know, if people kind of... They don't really want to be in a position where they're giving me much money every month for just sitting here playing video games. I get that. That has an unassailable logic to it. But if Ninja Pulls as, you know, a guild, a group of people, a YouTube channel, a Twitch channel, whatever it is, if that is a thing that you would like to still be here when you come back to Twitch next week, next month, then, you know, $1 a month on Ko-fi is a pretty neat way to make that happen. We just need a certain critical mass of people, and then suddenly the question kind of goes away, and we could just focus on growing this thing and making it the best thing possible. Thank you, Dark Metal. Thank you so much for the bits. Amazing. Gloomix, I'll be lost when you guys aren't streaming every day. Makes my workday much better. Well, there we go. If I'm actually giving something back, there we go. Then we're shaking hands across that divide, and it's awesome. I appreciate you. If you appreciate what we're doing as well, fuck yeah. Long may it continue, Gloomvex, and thank you very much. You too, Dark Metal. Amazing. But yeah, thank you guys. I love it. I've really, really enjoyed doing this. Nerding out more and more and more with you guys every day. Honestly, I'm just going to say it very quickly. I felt a little bit bad about System Shock yesterday. It is such a deep game, and I played for like 3 hours, but I barely scratched the surface. So I felt bad for not having had time to prep more, because I was running around like dying to stuff, figuring things out. It's kind of funny. We still had a nice hang, but I didn't really showcase the game as well as I could have. But I'm determined not to let that happen with Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. It's a game that's very dear to my heart. I think it's also an important game. Without that, no Mass Effect. Like, literally. I find it very hard to believe the Mass Effect would have happened if not for this game. And what a loss that would be. Not just to us, but, you know, to the industry, BioWare's legacy, etc. And especially now that BioWare is kind of in danger. Pretty much everyone expects EA to kill the studio. Now that they're owned by awful people. Or, no, not awful people, but people who have no interest in quality games. People who are simply interested in squeezing that cow dry, you know? We'll see what the Saudis have in mind. That's the wild card here. But yeah, private equity in gaming, it's probably not a good sign. Anyway, and EA wasn't exactly a beacon of gamer hope in the first place, was it?
Even when he thinks my life is in danger, Silverclaw still works the angles. You bumpkin.
You told me always to know what I was getting into.
Yes, I did. You're not supposed to throw my words back at me. Reminds me of Nicholas.
What are you doing here,
I
Velsa?
don't care if you are her
I do like
protégé.
this character.
I'm not going to do Zira's scut work.
Scut
I
work.
slipped a truth serum to Silverclaw's former overseer. I learned that Kosh blackmails
Yeah,
a
Devil's
secret
Master,
scum and
money.
draws them to Noshira Citadel for a meeting. So let's find out why.
Yeah, Dark Man, I think they only do it for the sports games EA owns. The other ones sadly get axed. Who the hell knows? The extent to which Mohammed bin Salman is actually involved in any of this directly is probably very minimal. But he and the Saudis in general have enjoyed being a little bit more of a wild card recently. You know, they don't always... They enjoy exercising the option to zig when you expect them to zag. You know? I've read a bunch of articles now on the prospects for EA under private equity and the history of private equity in various industries. They tend to... What it tends to be is it's a way for you to bleed things dry and insulate yourself from any debt or backlash if it goes wrong. You know, if the company loses value drastically, the way that it's been acquired means that the acquirer doesn't really take the hit. It's kind of unbelievably unfair. The more you look into it from a common sense point of view. But, you know, by the time you've waded through all the complex financial instruments to get there, that sort of basic truth that this ain't fair kind of gets lost. Alright, what do we know?
It seems Kosh contacts little fish from a position of power, threatens exposure, and bends them to his will. Elegant. What I'd do.
I love the grudging respect she has for this. Like, game recognized game. What should we do?
We. Now that Zira's protege is here, poor old Velsa can rest her weary bones. Find a way into the Iron Wheel's headquarters and learn how they're connected to Kosh. Oh, and blackmail needs documents.
Profit, max profit, fast profit. Yeah. Yeah, short-term gain. Essentially, that's what it's for. It's not a long-term strategic investment. It's not what it's about. And nor should it. Like, if you worked for a private equity firm, they wouldn't be paying you to generate, to go after that sort of thing. Most likely. So I didn't engage very much with private equity back when I was a management consultant, but I did get into wealth management and asset management, and we were toying with the idea of chasing clients in these markets as well, but they tend to be super wise to what's going on anyway. Their analysts tends to be... Their analysts will be at least as good as ours, so... Yeah. It wasn't really an area that I ever learned much about. Very interesting, though. I had a couple of clients that were owned by private equity. And it can vary enormously. New Namtab, maybe we can buy BioWare. Yeah. Sort of cheaply, if we pool our money, wouldn't that be something? Crowdsourced BioWare. Well, I'm going to make you guys think about that when we get into Knights of the Old Republic. We are going to talk about the studio. We already played Mass Effect, but we talked mostly about that franchise combat versus storytelling, cinematic use of camera angles, all of that kind of stuff. We didn't really talk that much about the studio that had worked on it. I want to do a little bit more of that today and remind everyone, now that BioWare is in such peril, just how much they've done for us over the last 30 years. It's literally a 30-year-old studio. They were founded in 1995, I seem to remember. And their second ever game was Baldur's Gate. The first Baldur's Gate. Isn't that incredible? The first game was one that they'd been asked to make by Interplay. Crazy. Alright.
Zira tells
Let's
me
get
you're
on with
a thief.
this.
Go break into a place you shouldn't be. Take something valuable, and when you find what you need, get out and head back to the den.
I've
Don't
forgotten
get
how
caught, and if
long
you do,
they
bite
keep
off your
Velsa
tongue
in
before the
bitch
torture
mode.
forces you to shriek my name. You'll be fine.
You know, because spoiler alert, we do get to know why she's like this, and we understand a little bit more about her. She doesn't exactly soften and melt and become all like candy floss and kisses, but you know, she mellows quite a bit. And I'm surprised to be reminded how long she stays in complete curmudgeon bitchy mode.
Nothing worth my time.
Right. I love the red herring of the disguise as well. She's like, yeah, that whole disguise thing is bullshit. Alright, let's infiltrate. We are crowdsourced BioWare, wow. It is an idea that studios and communities that take shape around particular games and franchises, it's obviously something they've played with. Iron Wheel Precept 38. The lawbreaker can deny truth, but can never deny fate. We shall reveal the greatest truth. The wheel turns ever onward. Yeah, remember that. The wheel turns ever onward. Shoot. Oh, the traps weren't highlighted for me. That was weird. I must have needed to toggle sneak off and on again. Hey, Guns N' Raiders, thank you for the hydrate. Iron Wheel Precept 15.
We ain't found shit.
Yeah, that's the Iron Wheel Precept 15. We ain't found shit. No, the real one is, do not pity the lawbreaker. Their fate is the inevitability of your solemn duty. A ring of iron around them. Nice. Unantab, yeah, that was the same quote as before, sorry. And thank you for the stretch and the hydrate, Guns N' Raiders. Everybody, this is a good idea. Stretch your arms, flex your shoulders, stretch your fingers. If you're doing a lot of gaming or typing or mousing or whatever. Thank you for the blurps. Love it. Make it so. Make what so, Lily Triad? I dread to think. And Tiago. Dark Metal, for me, it will be bad. On FC, I play only career modes. It's single player mode, and I bet in 2 or 3 years that will disappear. Remember little PES? Konami changed the people and them. Single player modes they remove. Profit. It's sad people like me like play SIGLW? SIGLW. I think they're single player modes, isn't it? Yeah, people like me who play single player modes will suffer. Maybe the community will do something. We'll see in 2 or 3 years. Gamers are good at making themselves heard. And sorry to argue that SIGLW fooled me for a moment, but yeah, clearly that was single. Yeah, you know, while review bombing is a very clumsy tool, it's been shown to bear fruit. It can generate results. Oh, that's why they're not showing up, because I'm already disguised. That's a little bit annoying. It's quite nice to have them highlighted, isn't it? All the traps and things. Iron Wheel, Precept 21. What of the unrepentant lawbreaker? When shackles fail, take up the brand. All who meet them cannot deny. We burn our truth upon their canvas. Man, that's some pretty weak shit. Like, if you join a cult and their precepts and poetry are this weak, I don't know, I think I'm checking out at the door. It's like you join a cult and the uniform is bad. God damn it. This is a really cool place. Isn't it wild that we come here for like one quest beat and then it's over? That's kind of nuts. Hey, J Gamer Hunt, how's it going? Lily Dried, hydration. Make it so, the hydration, alright. Done. I'll do it again, just to be on the safe side. What is in here? I don't think I've gone this way before. But yeah, welcome on in, J Gamer Hunt. How's it going? That's maybe the way I should leave. Ah, you're kidding. It shouldn't have gone that way. There's a reason you've never been that way before, dude. It's the wrong way, dipshit. Let's hope Velsa doesn't see us on the way in. I do think they could do a lot to improve the quest marker situation. It's pretty bad. God damn it. Pretty sure I've done this twice. I do not... Maybe I've only done it once. I don't remember it that well. Like, I don't really remember what happens up here. I think maybe I've only done it once before. So this would be fun. There we go. The target is out of range. Thank you, Zos.
What is the fate of the lawbreaker?
A ring of iron around them?
What is the fate of the unrepentant?
We burn our truth upon their canvas.
What of those who would deny their fate?
The wheel turns ever onward.
Enter and find peace.
And we got it.
We did it!
For anyone who joined recently, welcome on in. This is Khan. You're watching Ninja Pulls, and we are doing the Thieves Guild story in ESO. We're also going to move on over
My
to...
shift would never end. Wait, who are you?
We're going to move on over to Knights of the Old
I'm not
Republic
even an
very
officer.
shortly. It's part of our Gamesfest. This is day 38 now. It's crazy. Yeah, welcome on in. Exactly. Exactly,
This is
Tiago.
your only chance to consider my proposal.
Here we go.
Work for me or else.
Or else what?
Or I hand these documents to the Iron Wheel. They do so frown on slavery. Well,
What choice do we have? Bring.
Hey, Mark.
then I shall
Oh, hi,
let the
Mark.
documents disappear.
Hey, Mark. Thank you so much for the sub. That's amazing. Look how long. It's been over 2 years.
They fall behind them.
Hope you're having a lovely, lovely start to your week, my friend. Hope you had a good weekend as well.
Do remember who holds your reins.
That went well.
Yeah, Mark was here in the very early days, and it was just Maya. Before I was even on this channel, really. Lots of sneakstering around here. Just appropriate, I guess. Suspicious relief. Doing good on leave this week. Ah, terrific. Ah, good for you. Well, enjoy it. Enjoy it. Lap up every moment.
I can locate Magnifica Falora's dowry. I can return it to you within the fortnight.
And what is your interest in the matter? Exactly.
There's Keith
The Iron
Zarabaika
Wheel
again.
Must leave Hughes Bane.
The guy on the left.
Business.
If you recover Magnifica Falora's dowry, I can guarantee our return to Tanith.
His voice is just the greatest.
There
I love
is
it.
another minor request.
So
Hardly
good.
a trifle. Perhaps we can discuss it over drinks?
I do not drink.
Then I shall take your share. Come, an office is no place to do business.
Yeah, Tiago. Maya runs the Twitch channel and the Discord, really. She's the boss. The YouTube is my area. And, yeah, initially, Maya has all the streaming gear. I'm not set up for streaming at all, really. But when we decided to go full-time, it was like, well, we cannot make it work for 2 of us yet. So what are we going to do while we grow the revenues from this thing? Grow our presence and whatever else. Only one of us could stay at home. The other one needed to go and do regular work. And so Maya has been not only doing that, but doing way more work than she's supposed to, really. There we go, finally. Letting myself get turned around in there. How do they not notice you? Yeah. A medium armor, I guess, Dark Metal. Yeah, Tiago, it was a while ago. Like, we've both been streaming on this channel together for a while. I kind of just want to kill them all. How do they not trigger the traps as well? Call bullshit on that. Man, that's some bullshit. This is very Indiana Jones, isn't it? There are literally levels like this in Indiana Jones and the Great Circle in a really fun way underneath the Vatican. It's obviously a different type of architecture, but... But yeah, that's how it started off. Is that the only way through? I enjoy the puzzly stuff, so let's figure out a way to get up on the other level. Clearly we're supposed to get up there and navigate across. Like, it doesn't matter, you can just kill everyone. Not a big deal. But, I don't know, I feel like it's more fun to do it properly. Sometimes. Oh, there we go. So much for doing it properly. I really don't remember if I ever knew how to get upstairs. I've completely forgotten. It's clearly back here somewhere. Huh. Yo, Maya, what did I miss? Oh, we were just talking about you and how you were running the stream. Mark just subbed, and we were talking about the fact that it's been 28 months now. I was like, yeah, Mark's been here for a while, been supporting us from way back when it was just Maya, before I was streaming at all. Right, it sucks, but I give up. If I was just playing by myself, I would definitely just mess around and do that, but hey, it gets us to move forward a little bit quicker, and it gets us a daily endeavor. And I completely fucked up that jump. Nice. Welcome back, Maya. Everybody give it up for Maya! So yeah, Thieves Guild stuff, Maya. We're going to be doing, what'd you call it? Knights of the Old Republic very soon. I'm excited. Who's played that game? I'm curious. How many of you are, like, unaware of Knights of the Old Republic at all? It is old. It's over 20 years old at this point, which is wild. It's one of the first games I got and really got into. I think after Morrowind, it was probably the second game that I definitely played a bit of Half-Life and stuff like that. It's not like it was the first game I ever experienced, but, you know, that you properly play from start to finish. Well, now we can use the trench to get out, right? This is the right one? Yeah, it must be. Yeah, Hammer Black, love that game. Played it in beta. We're talking about Knights of the Old Republic? Or just the Old Republic? Oh, that's pretty excellent as well. I was going to say 3,000 hours in Knights of the Old Republic? In a single player game? That's something. Wouldn't be unheard of. Love the story. Yeah, the story is amazing. I was saying earlier, it might be responsible more than anything else for getting me into Star Wars. You know, I first saw the movies when I was, I don't know, 14, 15. Maybe a little bit younger, I don't know. Yeah, yeah, you're talking about the Old Republic. But still, yeah, they're all connected. Yeah, I'm not going to be playing the Old Republic. I think that would be that wouldn't be the most exciting thing for you guys. It'd be a lot of fun for me. But watching someone else fumble fuck their way around an MMO, even though I've played a lot of it, it's been years since I touched it, so I would have forgotten everything. Yeah, that was a gorgeous game as well. Like, every now and again I'll come across the screenshots that I have. I thought that was a dark elf at first, with an orc name, but no, it isn't. Every now and again I'll come across the screenshots I have from, like, old games, saved somewhere. And the Old Republic ones, they always make me stop and go, ooh. Really, really beautiful game. Like, for an MMO, surprisingly so. Good shit. Fumble fuck, Maya. Sounds like a drunk Saturday night. Oi! If you're lucky. But yeah, good point. Alright, let's hand this quest in, and then I think we can boot up
You see, Zero? Your
KOTOR.
protege returns having survived the invulnerable Iron Wheel. You should have more faith.
Everyone, clear the room.
What?
Zera's pissy. Authenticity of the Geovessan skull. This is interesting. So this is the thing that we're trying to steal at the very beginning. Dum, 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 bum, 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 bum. That cuts off so abruptly, doesn't it, man? Like, where'd it go? Give me the rest of that theme. Thank you for that, Tiago. Awesome. Honorable Thane Fulstrom. So, yeah, Fulstrom Manor is the one that we robbed at the beginning of this quest line. Though the events of 2920 are largely fictional in nature, the seed of truth has borne fruit in the form of the Geovessan skull. It is indeed the gold-dipped and gem-encrusted cranium of Tavia, famously imprisoned in Castle Giovesse? Who knows? Giovesse, at the behest of Emperor Riemann III. Whispers that the Geovessan skull is a false relic appear to have been spread by a previous owner in Hammerfell, no doubt to discourage the attempted theft of such a valuable piece of history. I hereby certify the Geovessan skull as authentic. All rumours claiming the source skull was from a condemned Breton prisoner are just that, rumour. Mercator Manix Imperial Historian. Fun. And there it is, right there. So it's been dipped in gold and had gems like inlaid into the eye sockets. It's pretty crazy. Do you remember these? How many of you guys have done these? The hit list. If you're not aware of this, next time you're on your main character, head to the Thieves' Refuge here and read Kari's hit list. Where is it? Is it this one? I guess it must be that book, yeah. And it'll show you a treasure. A rare, one-of-a-kind treasure that you can get from each base game zone. They're not that easy to steal. If you have some pride, you'll not do what I did, and you will you'll try to get them without being seen. It's a lot of fun. All right, Zera, what's up?
Velsa told me you went into the Iron Wheel's headquarters by yourself. What in oblivion were you thinking?
Excuse me?
We're not ready to go anywhere near the Iron Wheel. I won't have anyone else die because of a choice. Listen, I'm barely holding this together. No offense to Quen, but you're the best recruit we have. I can't lose you to a feud with Velsa.
Yeah, I kind of want to say the third one. You want to be a leader? Stop whining and lead.
You just... You have a knack at telling people what they need to hear. Reminds me of Nicholas. All right. You made your way through without any problems. Find anything we can use?
Yeah, we found Kosh. She met with the Iron Wheel. He promised to recover Magnifica Falora's dowry. This is the MacGuffin that the whole Thieves Guild storyline kind of revolves around, the Magnifica Falora's dowry thing.
Impossible. It's still in Magnifica Falora's family tomb. The dowry heist failed. Nicholas and the others died before.
Well, Chief Inspector Runbeak said if Kosh recovered the dowry, the Iron Wheel would return to Tanith.
No, the Iron Wheel was here to punish us for attempting the heist. But if that's what you heard,
Blackmailing people, yeah.
really searching. Let me see. This is comprehensive. I'll go through what you recovered, see if it offers a clue to Kosh's plans.
Dun dun dun.
The missing dowry. I need to make sense of all this.
All right.
Get some rest. I keep thinking about what you found. What about? Nicholas told Belsa he was planning a heist.
Yeah, what's Kosh planning?
The merchant lords see the Iron Wheel as an occupying force. They fear Tanith wants to conquer Abba's Landing. If Kosh convinces Chief Inspector Runbeak to leave,
so while I say that, the story is quite generic and derivative, like the way that it hints at, all these like squabbling merchant nations around this area, I thought that was really fun, like really cool. Like give me more of that. I definitely, the first time I played Hugh's Bane, I absolutely wanted to know what was on the rest of this peninsula area here. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. They got to take us there one day, man. Fill up the map, Zos. Hashtag fill up the map. Anyway, guys, it is 3 o'clock. I actually need to go and feed the animals. The cat has just arrived. He's hassling me. So yeah, I'll be a couple of minutes, and then I think we'll be right back. But yeah, just sit tight. 2 minutes. I'll be right back with you. I'm back. Yeah, that's the same player we ran into yesterday. A new Endless Archive record with Zereth Var. Hey, I've got an idea, Lily Dryad. Do you want to go in as a two-man? Real quick and see what the difference is? Or are you done now? Like, if you've just done 4 arcs, maybe you don't want to keep going. I was just thinking like a quick 1 arc maybe. 4 stages with a partner. It's a daily endeavor. If anyone else wants to do that real quick. But yeah, offer goes to Lily first because she brought it up. Lily Dryad, rather, I should say. But yeah, congrats. That's cool. Kind of tired right now, maybe tomorrow. Yeah, fair enough. I just have a little while before I want to hop over to the next game. If anyone hasn't got that endeavor for today, if you're on PCEU, you're very welcome to join me in Infinite Archive for like 10 minutes. It's all it's going to take. Probably not even that. Yeah, Maya, I see a lovely donation on Kofi. That was Gloomvex. And saying, if we stop streaming every day at the end of 10 Fest, not sure what they're going to do at work. This is making the work day better, apparently. So it sounds like a good trade. Yeah, 10 Fest, exactly. Gamesfest. Well, I would just do it by myself, guys, but it says 4 stages with a partner. Maya, do you want to do it later? Probably not gonna run the banner in there. Let's just tweak that a little bit. What else can I run? Oh, really? A companion counts as a partner? No. Does it really? That's lame. Oh no, I have to do the whole... No, fuck off. I'm not doing that stupid quest again. Absolutely not. I'll tell you what, maybe I will grab... It is lame, but it counts. Well, now it makes sense. I see why you were in there in the first place. Lily Dryad, that makes way more sense. Gotcha, gotcha. Alright, Maya and I will run it later. It's only 4 stages. I feel like it's been a while since I was in there. Gloomvex, my right screen is full of boring numbers. My left screen is full of fun. Ah, thanks. Full of nonsense. This is where Gloomvex types again. Yeah, Khan, you are my right screen. Let's grab Fulminating. Or rather, Rune of Displacement, even. Might be useful. What sets am I running, even? Ansul, Nolaka. Tideborn might be better. Deadly might even be better. Oh, screw it. Let's just stay with Nolaka for now. And I guess we can slot... Is anything else I want to change? Probably not. Maya, who wants to see the full lineup for next week's Writhing Raid Train? Yeah, let's do it. Drogo Polymorph in Crown Shop? Yeah, I swatted him. Already have it. Yeah, Maya, let's do it. Let's see it. Can you send it to me on Discord as well? Then we can show it on stream. Or are you just going to link it so people can see it there? That's fair enough. Gonna buy the Bone Dragon for my Necromancer? Nice. Yeah, the collectibles are fun. I don't love the gambling aspect of it. I think that is That's a very well documented, how lame that is, but also how lucrative it is for studios to do that kind of thing. Well, the cat is eating, that's good. Alright, let's hop on in, let's have a quick look. So I'm just treating this as a warm-up for later, when Maya is back, and I'll run it with her. It's been a few weeks, though, since I was in here. I don't really have a build for IA at the moment, so if I get past Arc 4, it'll probably... this will just stop working, and I'll begin dying. Unless I get very lucky with high damage visions. But that doesn't matter, I'm not going to stay here either way. Alright, let's go. I'm not even going to switch setups between pulls. I don't think I can be bothered. Trying to use the rune of displacement. It's not doing a lot for me so far, is it?
Claim your reward and travel to the next batch of vile enemies.
Yeah, but you can still get terrible, terrible visions, obviously. And yeah, after maybe one, maybe two, it's definitely not worth it. Man, I could ult a lot more. Class embodiment will do. It's not bad for a boss.
I was concerned that they'd still be here.
I recognize this. If I were here for academic purposes, that'd be a good thing.
Yeah, sit the fuck down. Like Arc 1, man, it's just a matter of getting through it and hoping you get the right visions. Scorching Strikes I'll definitely take. Not the best. Yeah, I don't really do long runs in here. Like I said, I'm normally running with Maya, and that means that 2 hours maximum. And in 2 hours, we're not going to get much further than like Arc 9 or 10. Yeah, I'm sure you guys know this already, but line of sight stacking is absolutely the key to this place. Especially with an Arcanist. I mean, Arcanist isn't that great in higher arcs. But in lower arcs, my god, it is just... It feels bad playing anything else, almost. Not gonna lie. Found out recently the person that ports into Archive gets the main aggro. Doesn't surprise me. There are a lot of things like that which, because they don't have RNG, video games cannot actually do RNG. Not true randomness. Again, a thing that you guys know very well. So they simulate it in various ways. And when they just need, and when ESO needs something just to be random, if they've run out of other ideas of how to determine who gets something, whether it's aggro, a synergy, you know, who gets priority in some effect, right? They will just go with something like Who has the oldest account? Who ported into the area first? Which class do I prefer for higher arcs? Winter's Embrace, Winter's Embrace, Winter's Embrace. The rest doesn't matter so much. I'll do a reroll there. Maybe one more reroll. Oh, you tested it yourself? I believe you. I wasn't even I just unquestioningly believed what you said. Sounds about right. Like, the aggro has to be based on something. And ultimately it's usually based on a taunt or threat. Or sometimes it's based on healing done. Not even kidding. That's the thing. Dragons in Sunspire, if the tank dies or loses taunt, they will tend to aggro on the person who's done the most healing, or healing per second during the fight. Isn't that funny? But yeah, if there's nothing to base it on because the fight has only just started, how are you gonna calculate who gets the aggro? Whoa, Mark, look at that! Look at that! Oh, thank you so much for the gifted subs. There we go. And Maya sent the link. Mark, thank you so much. Wow, that is so generous. So kind. What a stalwart supporter you've been. I cannot thank you enough. I only hope the stream is bringing you a little bit of giggling now and then. You know, a little bit of fun. Especially when Maya's here. You know, I do my best to hold down the fort, but let's be real. The stream is way, way better when it's the two of us, or when it's just her and not me. But thank you for making me feel better about that fact with your awesome show of support. That is... that's made my day. And Maya's too, I'm sure. No problem, happy to support the stream. Ah, well, if anyone else wants to jump on that, we're at 7 out of 10 for the day. We should be well on our way to a hype train as well. Anyone else is feeling supportive? No pressure whatsoever. It's enough that you guys are just here, hanging out. That is its own support. But if you want to jump on that, please do. Now's the time. Give me some impetus while I'm trying to shake off the cobwebs here in Infinite Archive. But yeah, Valium Kilmer, I love the name, and Maxtor the One, Controlled Chaos, Wine Lover, and Con GLC, welcome on in. Congrats on the ad-free viewing. Hope you enjoy. Yeah, this guy's annoying, isn't he? In immunity phase. How fun. What a delight.
Can you feel Cold Harbor clutching at your heart?
Yeah, there we go, Maya thing. Thanks, Mark. Well, let's quickly wrap up this one. Ooh, no. No. God damn it. None of these are good. So I just spent 4,500 archival fortunes on nothing. Yeah, awesome lineup for Hearts Week. Exactly. Probably quicker if I just went to them one by one. But it's a good thing for, you know, later arcs. It's really valuable to get them to stack.
Not much damage to the general structure. This is salvageable.
But yeah, thanks for checking that out, Gloombex. Anyone, if you want to look, it's just there above the all the subs there from Mark. Polymorphs and companions would be nice. Yeah, we were talking just the other day about the fact that you could, in Star Wars The Old Republic, so the MMO, that was a sort of a sequel to the game we're going to play in a little while. You could put helmets on your companions and stuff like that. That would be really nice. It creates another NPC in the game which is the same everywhere you look. That's the thing that RPGs have struggled with from the very beginning, you know? It would be nice. I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you all the way. Ah, the warrior, you say? Oh, it's the bloody serpent. Sorry.
May your blood burn.
I will not be
Like, yeah. Come on, Arc 1. Just give me the loot and let's get it over with. It's Arc 2 that things begin to get a little more interesting. Attuned enchantments, I'll take that. Buff pure classes, please. Yeah. Yeah, they gotta find a way, man. I really hope they do. A way that makes sense to do it. Which one is it specifically, just personally to you, Berserker? Like, what? I know you're saying all classes, but is there a problem in particular? Like for me, it's I would like to be able to use crystal fragments. I'd like to be able to use draconic power, you know, the burning talons morph. I know that's not the same as what you're talking about, but they kind of go hand in hand with liberating these abilities from skill lines which are just weak. And if they can sort that out, they will sort out the thing you're talking about as well. Or PvP in general. You're talking about PvP, right?
Your rewards are here if you want.
Yeah, mostly a PvEer, but I love PvP as well. And they have a lot of overlapping problems at the moment. So I'd done this a bunch of times. I think I was doing it on stream one day, and someone said, dude, if you're solo, you just press all the buttons in any random order, and you should be safe to just run through. Like, how dumb is that? You don't even have to do the puzzle, because the cooldown is so generous. Yeah, I just don't like to have to play subclassing to compete. Yeah, whether or not you need to compete, then that's a separate issue. You could make that argument that, well, you know, run with more chill groups that just want to clear, they just want to do veteran, or they just want to do hard mode. They don't want to do the latest hard mode, or they don't want to do the pushiest strats or a trifecta. But even so, I'm with you. I think it would be nice if they were just a bit closer together. Just keep the balance a little bit more even across the board, man, yeah. Cyborg, more dancing dudes with giant flowers on their backs? No, thank you. Fair enough. And thank you very much for the follow, Than. How's it going? Hope you're having a lovely Monday, a good start to the week. And dark metal, well, some costumes you get from the quest remove some facial detail, like Ember's facial pattern, so if you let them wear that, they would look different. Let's see what you mean. Yeah, like if you get subclasses, you get half the passives. I think it would have to be something more like... each class has either a universal buff or its own class, a special one for each class, where for every Nightblade skill you retain, you know, you gain yada 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 yada. I think they should probably save themselves the trouble. If they do go that route, they should just make it... you gain a little bit of weapon and spell damage. And a little bit of free sustain and a little bit of mitigation. Maybe just the sustain, maybe not the mitigation. Because we already have a lot of that.
This swing doesn't look
But sustain is useful to everyone, isn't it?
but I'll have to do a full inventory to be sure.
But yeah, Berserker, I think we're all pretty much with you. Even those of us who don't care and will happily subclass, I think everyone's in agreement, basically, that, you know, this... Let's see if we can really fuck her up. What did I get? Augmented areas. Ooh.
It must be the right place. Step up here when you're ready. I won't use the
Screw it, let's use one of these. Ah, what? I get the worst one?
I read all that you are. I command you to come here.
I command you to come here.
You are an ending already read.
Killed her. This version.
She did not last long. Poor old Arc 1. Nobody takes it seriously.
Here, meet me back where we met. We should talk about what happened. There are more
I think I'm going to leave it. I'm not going to do... I was just going to do one quick arc. And that was pretty quick. I didn't even realize it was Thoat time yet. Although, hang on. No, I've got 6 more Fabled to kill. Maybe I'll just carry on and get those done. Maybe. I just want a motif vault, little Snoopy. I get that. And sticks to go. Hello. Berserker, yeah. I want to play again. Let's see. So you just don't like... You don't want to subclass your characters. And you... and you don't want to have like the regret of you not doing that, making you noticeably less effective. I mean, they had problems even before that, you know, if you weren't an Arcanist in a lot of PvE content, it's like there's just an inherent disadvantage then. And subclassing has sort of made that worse. In a lot of ways. I love the meltage when you do that. You drop a rune and then chuck your ult on top of it and everything just gets pulled in and disappears.
Violence as much as a root, but that was
Dig it.
somewhat enjoyable.
Something positive now. Chill voice you got there. Oh, thanks. Thanks very much. I try to keep the energy up when I'm streaming, especially because neither Maya or I... Maya is my wife, my co-streamer. She's not here today. But yeah, she's the other half of Ninja Pulse Gaming. We don't stream on cam, generally, so... It makes sense to project a little more energy through the voice in that in that case, you know. But yeah, thanks for the compliment. I appreciate it. They just need to do some check mark, like, yeah, 3 for 3 DK skill lines and add X buff. That's the kind of concept that we're talking to them about. I love it. I just ultied, but by the time everything's dead, I already have 111 ult back. Absolutely ridiculous. Hey, fire orb, we'll take it. Maya's still here. Glidebot, you ever saw our Tome DPS build? I picked up Unswords waiting for one. A Tome DPS build. You mean Herald of the Tome? I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing right now. Just in case it uses it. You mean like a proper DPS guide? Haven't done that yet. But as soon as Gamesfest is over, it's DPS. Well, it's Raid Train. And then a lot of guides should be on the way shortly after that. One of them runs away again immediately. Boo. Was that it? No, there's one more here, yeah. I feel like these are temperamental sometimes, aren't they?
You don't have much time left. I hope that never happens again.
Yeah, imagine if they lock class sets behind 3 out of 3 class skill lines and give them power via that. I think that is a more interesting idea immediately. I hope they are considering all these things. I really do. I know that we've... Skinny Cheeks, 8 Puppies, I have definitely mentioned these ideas. The PvPers, Oakwe, Pain in the Axe are definitely talking as well about what needs to happen. And yeah, we're all on Discord together where we feed these things back into them, and a lot of it comes from what we get from our Twitch streams and our YouTube videos and our Discord servers. So they're not our ideas, they're your ideas, guys, being fed back. And I think the devs are increasingly seeing that as quite a handy way to get feedback in a more distilled form. Because let's face it, if you troll the forums, it is a complete crapshoot. There's some great ideas there, well researched, well argued, but they're there in amongst all the most stupid, childish, misunderstood ideas and conceptions of what ESO should be. So it's very difficult for the devs to get any kind of coherent feedback from the players from the forums. So I don't know. I think they appreciate things like surveys and stuff like this. How many Fables have I got? 7, including this one. Some of these stacks are lovely, so you don't even need a tank. Boom. There aren't any good class sets anyway. Yeah, that's true, but they could... That's what Berserker's saying. They could give them power via that. They could use that system. Yeah, they could change them up or add new ones. We have we have a third one coming. It would be kind of 2 birds with 1 stone almost, wouldn't it? Because for me...
Let me get a good vantage point.
For me, the class sets are very disappointing anyway, so I would love to see them sort that out. Now that I've blown my transformation, I'm probably going to get absolutely wrecked when the Marauder comes. This build is squish.
Be careful of that book. It looks suspicious.
Yeah, nice negate you got there. This is a stamina character. Never gets old.
Thank you, mortal.
yeah, I think you're thinking along the right lines. And Emmanuel Zagara, hey, how's it going? And Nextly Fuse, I'm just getting into ESO. Is it still a game worth investing my time into? I think so, yeah. But I'm biased. It's the only MMO I've really liked. So what does it have? Are you like, if you're an MMO player, or if you're an Elder Scrolls fan, definitely, no question, it has got some of the best world building the Elder Scrolls series has ever had. It is an MMO, so it can't do story the way a single-player game can, but it gets pretty damn close. It does a very good job, and that's one of the things I like about it, relative to other MMOs that have very thin story, which is just there because they need something to wrap all the fetch quests up in. ESO has that too, inevitably. MMO is still an MMO, but at least they try and tell good and interesting stories with it. Most MMOs fail, some don't even bother to try, because they recognize that that's not what our players are here for. In the case of ESO, I think it is what a lot of the players are there for, so yeah, they try a little harder with that. Nextly, what else? The combat system is better than any other MMO that I've tried, and that is not just my opinion, that's a very common thing that people say. So the combat and story, these are not typically things that are great about MMOs. MMOs tend to have very good social systems, endgame systems. In ESO, those are fine, but they're not as good as, say, WoW. Like the raiding endgame scene, players do make the best of it. But the truth is, this guy. Come on. Oh, no style page. Boo. Yeah, players make the best of it, the end game stuff in this game, but there are other live service games that have done it better. And whether that's a thing that Zos, the studio, will fix going forward, I really don't know. They're generally fairly open about the things that they are thinking about changing, and I haven't really heard them say much about altering the reward system or the endgame system, at least not in the immediate future. But yeah, been having a blast so far. Good. Well then, I think that bodes well. The game kind of starts as it continues, if that makes sense. That guy wrecked my beautiful stack. Did you see that? Ah. Emmanuel Zagara, action, combat, tab targeting loads. The main reason I love the fighting. Yeah. Action, combat over tab targeting. It's the main reason I love the fighting so much. I completely agree. I always struggled with... I think it was because, to be fair to WoW, which was the first MMO I ever tried, it just didn't look interesting to me, and then but it was like such a big deal, and I thought I should really try this. So I did. I tried it during Wrath of the Lich King, or actually no, I think it was Pandaria. So just after that. So a long time ago, and I've tried it a couple of times since then, and I got in, and I was like, oh, I love the art style, I love the way that they've made the world come to life with such a low sort of pixel budget, if you know what I mean. Like, the technical budget for that game is very low, but they did great. The art and design and all that. The cutesy style, you know, that works for me. Very clever. But the story was just so infuriatingly bad. Like, I felt constantly patronized by, go and fetch me 5 chickens. You know, it seemed like every quest was just another version of that. And I thought the combat system was incredibly weak relative to like any other video game. The reason I had this was I was thinking of it as a fantasy RPG. I'd never played an MMO before, so I wasn't thinking like Dark Age of Camelot, RuneScape, EverQuest. What it's doing is trying to funnel you into an endgame system. And that's really what WoW is trying to do. It wasn't trying to tell me a story. It wasn't trying to give me the combat system, the combat experience that I was seeking. And that's why it wasn't doing... so, you know, I misunderstood. I was like, oh, it's trying to do these things, it's doing it really badly. So no, it isn't even trying to do those things. It's not interested in being that kind of game. And I learned in the years since that that's just the way it is. But at the time, I was like seriously bummed. How can anyone enjoy this? This is rubbish. I had a better time with Star Wars The Old Republic. Mainly because the story was excellent. I still thought the combat was pretty weak compared to like every other video game I'd played.
Excellent. I was concerned that
Don't hesitate to return to the index.
Right, well we're done now with Fabled as well.
Gloom hangs over us all. A cold heart does not numb this pain.
Nice.
Where is the mimic fragment? Oh, there it is.
You tried running Runeblades Arc? I mean, yeah, but it's not really a thing that anyone does. It's Runeblades is for pure single target damage, so I don't really use it anywhere. Like literally anywhere. The only place I would use it is when I'm in a group. If I know I'm just going to be doing single target damage, then obviously Runeblades is excellent. Or if I'm in a trial group where the raid lead has arranged for a certain amount of cleave damage to be in the group, and once we have enough cleave damage, then he's getting like 2, 3 DDs, whatever, to spec into pure single target damage. And that's when you see more Runeblades, Merciless Resolve, you know, this kind of stuff. And then it's really, really good. It's excellent. Because it's a decent spammable, and Herald of the Tome is so freaking strong. So yeah, I've tried it, but it's not a thing that I use for any content other than what I just described. Does that make sense? I don't mean to say if you see a Runeblades build, it is wrong and bad. Obviously not. But yeah, Emmanuel Scara, WoW has a lot of volume, but it feels empty overall. Really? Raids are sick. Alright, that's what I mean. Yeah, raids are sick, but everything else feels a little bit hollow. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying, yeah. So yeah, we're same page. Guild Wars 2 is a similar feeling, but there's somewhat of a decent story. Guild Wars 2 was way too MMO-y and cutesy for me. I just can't get with that type of world. But that's probably my problem. And nothing that the game is doing wrong. Clearly, loads of people love it. And I'm very happy that it's doing so well. That's awesome. We need competition. We need things that we can point at so we can say, Zos, look what these guys are doing. You know, don't copy it, but compete with them, please. And yeah, they do, and hopefully they will. Alright, getting back to Twitch comments. Berserker, yeah, I often get the feeling that the systems are overwhelming at first, but with the community, this shouldn't be a problem. Pyrebrand, you guys are talking about? Yeah. Pyrebrand light attack into talons. That might be a thing in PvP. It's definitely not worth it in PvE. But again, it's one of those fun interactions. It's nice to think about. But ultimately, when it involves you running an entire set, you limit yourself to an entire set. An entire 5-piece, it really has to justify itself. If you're going to sacrifice all the other power you can get. So Pyrebrand plus Elfbane are both pretty weak source in a lot of ways. So to combine them just for the sake of that one interaction, it's one of those things which is really, really fun on paper, but then obviously in the cold light of day, you wish it were a little bit more powerful than it was. But yeah, the theory crafting is fun, exactly, Berserker. Alright guys, so speaking of Star Wars, The Old Republic, This is day 38 of my crazy streamathon. I missed one day because we were making a new video for the Writhing Wall event. So rather than do a half-assed stream, I took that day off. But other than that, we have streamed for 38 days on the run now. We've been doing all of the stories in ESO, every single zone. We're on Thieves Guild at the moment. We've still got plenty to go, and I'm going to keep doing this after Gamesfest is over, I think, because it's been fun, and I need to complete some of them. There are Somerset, for example, I haven't done yet, which is crazy. It's so old, and I've been playing for so long. But the other thing we've been doing, every day, once we're done with our ESO portion of the stream, we've switched to a different game, a classic game, a new game, a brilliant game, an interesting game, a game that is nostalgic for some people. Borderlands 4 was in there. That's obviously not nostalgic, but you know, it was a brand new release. So we've combined a lot, and what we've done is we've talked about what makes these games work, not just like the studio that made them or the voice acting, those things, or the graphics, but also that little system here is so much better than I've seen it in other games. Or this character here really makes it, like Dragon's Dogma 2. It's a great example. We played that just over a week ago. And this has got a fairly crappy fantasy story. It's pretty low rent. You know, it's a little bit like the MMO thing I was talking about. You can very much just ignore the story and the NPCs and the silly medieval dialogue which thou hast runneth thine eye over my... You know, it's a very, like, faux medieval nonsense they fill that thing with. But that ain't what the game is for. The game is to have a Witcher 3 or Skyrim-style fantasy open world with great, great combat. Because let's face it, we love The Witcher, we love Skyrim, but they don't have amazing combat. The Witcher tried, Skyrim tried, but they're not, like, super duper good. The combat in Dragon's Dogma 2 is sick. It's so good, and so compelling, and really kinetic and fun, full of oomph, and yeah, it's just... So we were just playing through a couple of hours of that game and really celebrating just that one aspect of it, and the beautiful graphics and everything. Thank you very, very much for the follow, Moose Knuckle. I said Moose Nuki for a moment. Moose Knuckle, I love the name, man. That is freaking awesome. Tiago, I love 2D games. Yo, were you here for Planescape Torment? Tiago, I can't remember. But yeah, we've played... I can make the list available on Discord. It's been a huge one. But now we're going to switch. We're going to go to Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. It's going to be epic. This is an amazing, amazing game. It is part of gaming history. It's also part of my gaming history because it was one of the first games I played properly. Like, I got the game, I played it from start to finish. It kind of helped make me into a gamer. It is about 22 years old. So yeah, showing my age a little bit here. But I think I spent ages yesterday getting this set up so that it actually runs in 4K and we can see it all the way it should be. There's currently one viewer in the Knights of the Old Republic category. Let's change that, shall we? I'm just flipping the category on both YouTube and Twitch. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back with gameplay in a matter of moments. It's going to be awesome. Seriously, if you know this game, you're in for a treat. If you don't know this game, you are equally in for a treat. You can thank me later. And I'd say, even though it is a bit of a hassle to get it running, you don't have to do all the things that I did. I can't spell knights, apparently. There we go. Alright, let's hop on in. And while I'm booting it up, I'll give you guys a little bit of a lowdown. So, I want to start this segment by talking a little about BioWare. So this is the studio. Obviously, they're potentially under serious threat right now because of the acquisition of EA by a private equity firm and PFI, the Saudi PFI. Kind of crazy. Here we go, here we go. Just getting these things to run the way they're supposed to run. Oh, come on. I spoke too soon. Oh, give me a minute to sort this out. I spoke too soon. Come on, game. Don't do me like this. No. Here we go, we're back. Hey, Moose Knuckle, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I missed that in the confusion of the game just like crapping itself. It was just switching between intro vids. That's all it was doing, and it threw me to desktop. I should maybe cancel those intro vids. Ah, goodness me. And yeah, Nextly Fuse, I've got you, appreciate the insight. Yeah, no worries at all. Anytime. Ninja Pulls, for those who don't know, we were originally a teaching guild. So... Alright, this isn't working, guys. I'm going to have to reboot the game. No! Why is it struggling? I spent hours setting this up last night. This sucks. It is a very finicky game to get running on modern systems, as I was just explaining to you guys. And part of the reason for that, I guess, is that they were working on a remake, for years now. But it kept getting... Well, I kept running into problems, basically. I think it's something... Part of what I'm running into here has got something to do with the scaling. Like, it's trying to upscale the game. Yeah, sorry about this, folks. Hilarious. I literally, like, I modded so many things in the game to make it work. Yesterday I tested it, I played it for hours. And now, of course... I'll just try restarting it. Hopefully we're all good. Yeah, but yes, SWKOTOR, such a great game. And Moonsucker, do you have an ESO raid comp build? Do you recommend anywhere to start getting a comp set up? All I could suggest is, thinking about buffs and debuffs in order of priority. So Major Resolve, Major Courage, Major Breach, things like this. Just go down the list of buffs and sets and approach it from that point of view. And don't go for the most valuable or the most fancy stuff. Go for the stuff which is easy to keep up. Like Major Resolve, Major Breach, Major Courage, Major Force. These are very, very easy to get. Right, I'm booting up the game again. We'll see how it goes. Which Dragon Age game is it tomorrow? It's going to be Origins, and then it's going to be Inquisition. Grey Kirk, that's what's going to happen. All right. It's running. It's working. Alright, let me just see if I can get the game started properly, like get into a save game and everything. Well, we're in business, sort of. Check this out, guys. Look at this. There's nothing I can do to stop it. Let me try a save. And then a load. No. Why does it think that's happening? That's so weird. It thinks I'm constantly pressing A or whatever. Look at that micro print. Yeah, exactly. Oh no. How do I fix this? Well, let's see what the issue is first. I've never seen it do this. This is very weird. I think mouse input generally is just not working. Let's try turning that on. There we go. We might be fixed. Oh, look at this. We're in. Thank goodness for that. Sorry, guys. Is the game a little bit too dark? No, that's about right, isn't it? Time to call tech support, Lily Dryad. We got there in the end, but my goodness. I told you it was a game that I had to work pretty hard to get it up and running. But you can see, for a 22-year-old game, I patched the launcher, I've patched the UI, I've patched it so that it will run in 4K. This is our character, by the way. She's called Maya. Guess where I got that idea from. Okay, so none of the mouse controls aren't working at all. So we're going to have a bit of a limited gameplay experience. That's very, very strange. I'm just going to plug my mouse in, see if that makes any difference. Yeah, man, I was so proud that I got this game to look so good. It's never looked this good. But all the assets, the graphics, the animations, all of that stuff is untouched. The game looks exactly like it did back in the day. It's just the resolution, really. Yeah, it thinks my mouse is panning left in a weird way. I'm not really sure what's going on with that. Not sure what's up with that. But anyway, let's see how far we can go. If we're really struggling to make it work, we'll just have to figure something else out. Switch controller, then switch back. Switch to controller. You took it to me like I've got a controller plugged in. Or do you just mean... Also controller in this game? That's a laugh. But yeah. I hope that was helpful, Moose Knuckle, yeah. Maybe a graphics card setting to upscale it? Yeah, already done that. You need to patch the launcher and a bunch of other things to make that work. But there was a great YouTube video. If anyone wants it, I can share it later. Made by a guy called Zul. Xuul. So yeah, my camera is going to be a little bit fucky-wucky while I get this, just because it's not supposed to work like this. I don't know what's going on with the inputs, but whatever. We'll sort it out. Is there another? Yeah, I think this is the one we want. It's reminding me of the old Lara Croft games. Yeah, she does have a very nice butt.
This is one of those old-style manual locks. No computer codes or nothing. The sewers is the only place you'd see one of these on
So this is
Terrace.
very early in the
Can't use
game.
conventional security spikes on these old locks. But don't worry. I've come across them before. I've rigged up a little device to
Spellslinger, it's Knights of the Old Republic. Exactly, man. Yeah, so the reason we're running into hiccups is this is old. And they've been working on this remake on and off for ages.
I'm glad to see you too, Big Z. You didn't think I'd forget about you.
But they never actually made one, so I guess nobody bothered to do a remaster. Because there was a remake in the works, but the remake keeps getting delayed. Apparently it's still happening. Who the hell knows? I read that Saber Interactive, so the guys who made Space Marine 2, they are now working on it, and that sounds very exciting. That could be very cool indeed. But as a result, no one has done a Knights of the Old Republic remaster. So it's kind of stuck in this weird hell where, in order to get just the base game working, you kind of have to do more work than you would want to. So, but yeah, I'll post a link. And here's the name of the guy. If anyone wants to just look him up on YouTube, you will find, I think, the very latest video he did about 9 months ago is about like getting this game to run in widescreen and high resolution and all that stuff. So Moostalker, yeah, never actually played it. Excited to see. That's exactly what this Gamefest thing is for. I played a bunch of games that I'd never played before, but also ones that were like absolutely fundamental to me as in my gaming career, my gaming experience, and I really wanted to share them and what made them great. But very quickly, before we jump into this, I played the heck out of this game in middle school, yeah. So you're a little younger than I am, but yeah, same kind of thing, right? I'm convinced no one can understand Wookiees, they just respond based on situation. Yo, that's funny you should say that, Moose Knuckle. I'm jumping ahead a little bit here, but one of the things I wanted to compliment the game on, it's fully voiced, right? Think about it, Morrowind was 2002, and all you get in Morrowind is,
"Quickly, Outlander, I haven't much time."
Or,
"We're watching you, scum."
You know? How's my Dunmer impression, huh? Huh? You know, or like when you steal something, the shopkeeper goes, "You Enwa!" You know, that's about it. You don't get a whole lot of, "What's this about?" You know, you get like one line per character kind of thing in Morrowind. And it was great. It added a ton of depth and life to the game. This game, thanks Spellslinger, it's like the one thing I've got. It's the one move I have. This game, everything is fully voiced, and it's only a year later. LucasArts really wanted BioWare to make something super cinematic here. And one of the ways they got around that problem is by filling it with alien dialogue, and there's a little bit of conceit right at the beginning. There's a little bit of like jingling the keys where they say, "Oh, you must have been hired by the Republic because you speak a lot of languages. It says here you speak over blah 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 million languages," or whatever. Not quite a C-3PO situation, but you understand like Huttese and Wookiee and a bunch of these other things. So all they had to do was record like 10 phrases in Wookiee, and then the Wookiee can say whatever he wants. The text comes up on screen, and the noises come out, and it doesn't matter. Nobody cares that they're not, you know, that they don't match up. It doesn't matter. So genius. Absolute genius way to save themselves budget, both financially and in terms of, you know, space, installation size. So here's when we're meeting our newest companion, Zalbar. I'm going to say, "Good to meet you, Zalbar. I'm Maya." He's impressed that we know the language of his people. Is that Wookiee or Ewok? Isn't Ewok more like Chucha? I don't know what the Ewoks sound like, really. Maybe I need to rewatch that thing.
You sure about that, Big Z? Think about it carefully. You better be sure about this.
CDs were a limitation back then, exactly. Putting too much dialogue in a game would literally be too much. Even if it wasn't CDs, you know, even if they'd been a couple of years later with Half-Life and Steam being on the horizon, then installation size still would have been a huge deal. Downloading it from the internet, a lot of people just wouldn't have been able to do that. And, you know, having the hardware to have that amount of space on the hard drive to run it. Wine Lover saying thanks to Mark J. Timbro for the gift sub. Much appreciated. Yeah, thanks again, Mark. What an absolute legend. Just a quick cheeky reminder, we are at 8 out of 10 for the daily sub goal, guys. If anyone else is sitting on a cheeky little sub there, and they enjoy seeing Knights of the Old Republic, don't let me stop you. But also, it's not something I'm going to dwell on. Let's move on. So, the Wookiee wants to swear a life debt to us because he was just being captured by slavers. He, Zalbar, and the blue Twi'lek are friends. She's like a teenage tomboy type. A real John Connor type.
A life debt is the most solemn vow a Wookiee can make.
And, yeah, we've just helped her rescue her friend, and they're both very, very happy.
Whatever you do,
Wookiees are always getting caught by slavers, right? Forever I will be at your side, Maya. I'd set this up so that Maya would be here when this was happening, but her stupid assistant went home sick, and now she's not here because she's still working. Okay, we're honored to accept his life debt.
You're stuck with me too. Wherever Big Z goes, I'm going.
But for 2002, guys, sorry, 2003, I just want to stress again, how good does it look? And again, other than the resolution, this is exactly what it looked like at the time. There've been no bells and whistles added to it with mods, anything like that. It's just UI and resolution. And a few icons and things like that have been up-resed. So I can now say to them, 1, I'm glad to have you aboard, mission. 2, great, a Wookiee and a snot-nosed punk. And 3, why won't this nightmare end? I'm going to be nice and say the first one. Glad to have you aboard.
So, I guess I still owe you one secret path into the Volker base. That was the deal, wasn't it? Don't worry.
Yeah, Spellslinger. Remember when some games used to come with like 4 discs? Whoa! Whoa! Yeah, the game must be so big! Yeah, this is a great game. Alright, so now we need to... The other part of this deal was that she was going to help us infiltrate this crime den, this crime gang's hideout, so we can steal some stuff for their rivals. We're basically, I'll get into the story in just a moment.
The Volkers put up a force shield to keep the sewer dwellers out. I'm one of the only non-Volkers on Terrace who can get you past it. I can't remember exactly how to get there, but I know it was somewhere here in the sewers. Over to the northeast, if I remember right.
Alright.
I just hope the Rancor monster isn't still there.
The Rancor monster? Are you serious?
There used to be a Rancor monster that made its nest in that part of the sewers.
Yeah, we're still on Taris, yeah. Quite near the end.
That thing is huge.
Welcome on in, damn it, Steve.
Rancors aren't
That
too
thing
bad.
is huge, that's what she said.
Before, so I'm sure we'll figure something out. That is, unless you want to change your mind.
We have to fight our way past a Rancor. I'm not afraid of any Rancor, let's go.
Okay then, off we go. Just look for the force shield, and we'll know we're there.
Zalbar has joined your party, so we have to ditch someone. Alright, so I'm going to remove a Karth. Man, using the arrow keys for everything, this sucks. Yeah, because of the mouse situation. I'm not sure we can go any further. Oh, come on. That sucks. I'm going to try plugging in a different mouse. See if it makes any difference. I have no idea why the game is doing this. It's very strange. It's like the mouse isn't where it thinks it is. I think it's something to do with the scaling. How irritating, man. Hey, Kazi, how's it going? Yeah, Star Wars The Old Republic, we're struggling a little bit because it bugged out. The moment the moment I opened it up, normally tab works to navigate the menu, but I can't do that. I just need to click OK. Alright. Give me a moment, folks. I'll see if I can figure this out. It's a very strange bug. Didn't encounter that at all yesterday. I'm just going to try fiddling with the exe. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Exactly. There's one option which already should be applied in the executable, but you never know. Redoing it may help. So... oh, damn it. This is a real shame. Because I was so excited for today's game. And it caused me the most trouble by a long way to get, to get it all set up. Okay, here we go. So if anyone's wondering what I'm doing, you can't see this on screen, but I'm going into compatibility and changing high DPI settings. I'm making sure I'm overriding DPI scaling behavior. Here we go. Let's try that. I can only imagine that's it. So the cursor is kind of somewhere else than where it appears to be. The game thinks it's one place, and it's showing the cursor in another place. That's all I can imagine that it is. But how's it going, Kazi? Welcome on in. I'll try and get this damn thing to run. But yeah, the fun thing with... I suppose we can talk about BioWare a little bit while we're dealing with this. We should really talk about these guys. So, this is a Canadian studio set up in 1995, famously founded by... is it Ray Musica, and Greg Zeshuk and Augustine Yip. Great names. So, Ray and Greg, let me get this right, I think they were at medical school together, and they'd worked with Augustine to create a medical simulation program, which is pretty fucking badass. And once they were out of med school, they decided, well, we're all fans of gaming, and they sort of realized they were capable of creating video games as good as what was on the market with the expertise that they had. So that's actually where BioWare came from. Presumably that's got something to do with the name. BioWare. I'm just trying various other things in the config here. Don't worry, guys. We'll be up and running in a moment. Otherwise, I guess we'll just skip the bit where Zalbar joins the party. Alright, let's try it with that. That should work. We'll see. Try running it through Proton. Oh, long day, long weeks. I'm dead. Oh, sorry to hear that, man. Oh, we fixed it. Holy crap, we fixed it. So I'll tell you what, now that we've seen that scene, why don't we go back to the beginning of the game? So we'll just pick anything, doesn't matter what. Quick character. Yeah, let's go with her. She looks cool. Liana Cast, let's go with the random names. Sela Tetevor. Kebure Reagan. I realize you can't see this very. Nevara Kora. Nasine Starry. Malasana. Patiel Sanizen. Polly Nadolo. Polly Nadolo? We're going with that one. That's an awesome name. Right, let's play. And check out the old school cinematics, guys. Just enjoy. Look at this! Yeah, hello IT. Have you tried turning it off and on again? I'm an IT professional. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Yeah. No, I did see. I was just in the middle of, like, trying to juggle various things. Well, there we go. I don't know what that was, but it was just in the scaling. So, I think this is the first time a Star Wars game didn't just have the MIDI music. It actually had the orchestral stuff. So 4,000 years before the rise of the Galactic Empire. 4,000 years? The Republic verges on the collapse. Of course it does. When does it not? Darth Malak, last surviving apprentice of the Dark Lord Revan, has unleashed an invincible Sith armada upon an unsuspecting galaxy. Crushing all resistance, Malak's war of conquest has left the Jedi Order scattered and vulnerable. Again, when does that not happen? As countless knights fall in battle, and many more swear allegiance to the new Sith Master. In the skies above the outer rim world of Taris, a Jedi battle fleet engages the forces of Darth Malak in a desperate effort to halt the Sith's galactic domination. We're not going to play all the way from the beginning. We'll load back into where we were. I just wanted to show you guys the intro. How fun is that, right? Moose, we did it. Also, another one when you answered, works on my machine. Look at these cinematics. These have not been changed. These are the OG. You can get AI upscaled ones, but frankly, they don't really look any better. Tedmeister, welcome back. Unpopular opinion, Kazi? I think everyone says that. Almost everyone. I'm not so sure. I think it's much more ambitious, but it's also much less coherent. But yeah, it's as a story experience, I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, I've heard very few people say that. Well, look at this chick. What the hell is she wearing?
By a Sith battle fleet. The Endar Spire is under attack. Hurry up, we don't have much time.
Oh, thank you, Gloomvex. Gifting a tier 1 sub to Tedmeister. That takes us to 9 out of 10 for the day. Thank you so much. Spelling childhood flashes before my eyes. Yeah, and Valorda, the music always catches me. It's amazing, isn't it? But just look around. Just look at the art direction here. Again, none of this is modded. All these textures are the OG. This is exactly what it looked like, just lower resolution. The fact that the starfield is spinning out there, and then we've got the blaster fire going, oh, it's so evocative. BioWare did great with this. They obviously had LucasArts to help them. That's why it has such polish. Absolutely brilliant. Lily Dryad, Lurk, gotta go, wish you a fun stream. Hey, wish you a fun afternoon and evening. Thanks so much for hanging out. Hope the randoms went well, Tedmeister. And Gloomvex, thank you once again. Alataria, I didn't like the story in KOTOR 2. There we go. And Spellsinger, I like the first much more. There we go. Undermining everything I said. The second is way too open-ended. I think the second one was really cool, but I often hear articles begin with, yeah, we all know KOTOR 2 was better, but... ... that kind of thing. Actual unpopular opinion, I found Kreia really annoying. She is quite annoying.
I'm Traskolgo. Now hurry.
We're just gonna spin through this guy. Right, Bastila, who's that?
Bastil is the commanding officer on the Endar Spire. Well, not an officer.
It's
really,
so polished,
but
it ends
she's the
every
one in charge
sentence
of
with
this
a...
mission. One of our primary duties
with a
is to
Kreia.
guarantee her survival in the event of an enemy attack. You swore an oath just like everyone else on this mission. Now it's time to make good. I heard...
Yeah, alright, alright. Okay, let's go help Bastila.
So hurry up and grab your gear. You need to suit up so we can get out of here.
Oh, you mean I can't play the game looking like this? God damn it. Look at this chick. In fact, I think I'm gonna... Now that we've fixed this, I'm gonna turn off mouse look. Because then you can just right-click and mouse look that way. So it plays a little bit like an old-school MMO in that sense. But obviously all these icons are tiny. That's more stuff that you can mod. But I didn't get around to it. But yeah, I spent a long time making sure this game looked as good as it possibly could. For you guys. You deserve the best. You know?
Okay, let's move out. We should stick together. You'll have
Getting
more
back into
success
fashion,
at the party
yeah.
than on your own.
We got a hype train, guys, with 4 minutes to go. If anyone else wants to throw in, we are 1 sub away from our daily goal, and 1 sub will take us most of the way. That'll take us like half of the way towards a hype train. Come on, let's see if we can get to level 2. Come on, it's been a long weekend. Here we are back on Monday. I know you're out there, folks. Where grills put their pants up to their chest. Hello there. Now, Kreia was annoying as fuck. When did this release? This is 2003. So now this is the party system that I was struggling with before, with no mouse, kind of difficult. So now he's in the party.
Because of the attack, this room is...
Yeah. So, very, very recognizable BioWare stuff. She cannot unlock the door. He can.
Now that the door is open, you better take the lead again.
He keeps like telling us how to use the controls and stuff. It's a pretty good beginning. Like, it throws you in. A lot of old games like System Shock 2 yesterday, the early part of the game is so long. It takes you ages to really learn everything you need to know.
We can't hold out long against their firepower. All hands to the bridge.
But yeah, look how cinematic.
Contacting us on our portable communicators. He's one of the Republic's best pilots.
For
He's seen more
22
combat
years
than
old.
The rest of the Endar Spire's crew put together. If he says things are bad, you better believe it. We have to get to the bridge to help defend Bastila. There's a map.
All right. But yeah, the little details really help bring the world to life, and the fact that they're working with LucasArts on all this stuff. Check it out. I click on this guy. The sound design immediately
That door is locked.
takes you there. You know, the soundtrack and all the little sound effects. Alright, so we now need to use him again. And he will use security to get in. Obviously, this looks crummy from compared to a modern game.
Sith must be the advanced boarding party for the Republic.
But let's get a closer look. So it's, you know, it's a twist on what BioWare had done before. You are switching characters and issuing commands and whatnot. But you pause the action this time, so it's a little bit like, whereas you had turn-based combat in Baldur's Gate, but the action never stopped. Here, you can pause it if you like. And you get some really cool, some pretty fun moments, actually. You pause at just the right moment, like the muzzle flare there. Look at that. For 2003 graphics. You know, pretty decent. Let's get a little closer. And the droid getting blasted in the background there. I remember when it was new, I would do this all the time, and just, especially later on, when you have party members that can use a lightsaber. They look so cool once the lightsaber combat starts. But yeah, the combat is fairly clunk. Even for the time, it wasn't quite ideal, but you know, it's a turn-based thing, and they figured out a way to make the turn-based system, you know, a little more cinematic. They did great. So where were we? We were talking about Greg and Ray and Augustine, these three Canadians who set up BioWare back in 1995. They got money from Interplay right away to make a game called Shattered Steel. I don't know much about that. I think it sort of came and went. But things really got going when they worked on their first proper game. The game that they made themselves. And that was called Baldur's Gate. I'm not kidding. That was the second project they worked on, was Baldur's Gate. It's kind of insane, right? To have such a legendary, beloved, and hugely influential title as the second game that you ever made. And so this was 1997, I think. And this game and its engine obviously laid the groundwork for Planescape Torment. Not a BioWare game, but they made it in the Baldur's Gate engine. And we played that as part of Gamesfest, and I was gushing over it, the storytelling and all that stuff. And that is considered one of the greatest RPGs ever. And it wouldn't have happened without these guys. Then, of course, they did Baldur's Gate 2, Neverwinter Nights, showing they could tell, you know, really great stories in an RPG type context. Meanwhile, you got, you know, in the late 80s, early 90s, you got people like Bill Slavicsek, one of the lead writers on ESO, fleshing out the Star Wars universe and turning it into a tabletop, you know, a D&D style campaign setting, creating the rules and the names. He named the Rhodians, the Twi'leks, or Twi'leks, whatever. So many of the alien names were, and planet names, were him. So LucasArts had the raw materials to make their own D&D style video games. They had the rule set and a lot of this stuff in place. It was already developed separately, and they saw what BioWare were doing with the likes of Dungeons and Dragons and thinking, hang on a minute, we should talk to these guys. And in the year 2000, they announced that they were coming out with a Star Wars RPG. So 3 years before it actually released. But it was a big deal. So I'm just letting them auto-attack at this point. I'm not really playing the game. Hey, the hype train has ended. There we go. Did you do the Dragon Age stream already? Nope, that is going to be tomorrow. BioWare. And then we're going to do Inquisition the day after. Moose. So yeah. Stay tuned for that. I just want to make this clear. Like, BioWare, we should be very sad if they go down the pan because of the EA acquisition. Well, we should be sad that they're already somewhat going down the pan because of EA's terrible treatment of this amazing studio and its legacy. It fucking sucks. I don't know who's to blame, necessarily. I'm not an expert. But it is a damn shame what has happened. So, yeah, they were doing amazing for such a relatively new studio, and they got the attention of LucasArts, announced this new project in 2000, and think about it, in the 90s, so this is a bit before our time, right, most of us, but LucasArts were always they were pretty close to the cutting edge of video games, generally, throughout the 90s. But as I understand it, by the late 90s, the Star Wars games were all a bit meh. The new stuff they were coming out with. I just love the fact that they had the confidence to do quote-unquote cinematic stuff in engine. Like, we take that for granted now, but like back in 2003, pretty sure that was a real rarity. You know, Half-Life had done it a few years before, but that was very much the exception. You know, think of Monkey Island and The Dig and the Indiana Jones games and stuff that LucasArts were working on. But apparently they'd fallen quite far from that. Let's chuck a grenade at this guy. Oh, it's 2 out of 3. So, by the way, you can run scripts to tell these companions how to attack. Pretty cool, right? Or you can just manually toggle between them the whole time and... I mean, that blast is pointing the wrong way, love, but whatever. I love the fact that you can see the little blaster projectiles as well. That's such like the essence of Star Wars, isn't it? They travel so slowly you could legit like dodge them. Star Wars: The Old Republic has been under EA for ages though. How bad can it be? I mean, just read a few articles on why Dragon Age Veilguard failed. Also, I would argue that you could say that The Old Republic was the taste of what was to come. Like, it was a very good MMO, but it's a very shallow and lukewarm storytelling experience compared to what BioShock normally do in single-player games. But EA were like, nope, there's big money in MMOs, so that's what you're doing.
It's a Dark Jedi. This fight is too much for us. We better stay back. All we do is get in the way.
I love that line. But yeah, so anyway, the partnership was like an exciting prospect. And, yeah, but oh, that's sad. She's down as well. By the time it came out, in 2003, I was just getting into Star Wars, despite the terrible prequels. Like I said, I never saw the originals when I was a kid. So I discovered them as a teenager, and I was like, oh, this is better than I thought it would be. But this game really, like,
the bridge is just beyond
piqued my interest in video games in general, but also in Star Wars. And I think, you know what, we can probably spin on that. Spoiler alert, Trask doesn't make it, but we escape the bridge and we crash land on Taris, which is a Coruscant-style planet where... Let's just turn this down. Just gonna spin through. We already saw all this stuff. Yeah, I'm worried for the Old Republic after the acquisition. At least that one seems to be on in its waning years anyway. But yeah, exactly. Damn it, Steve.
You didn't think I'd forget about you. Mission and Zalbar together forever.
Alatara, around 2000 we had the D&D 3.0 rule set. AD&D before my time. Nice.
Without them, I could never have got you.
Let's just spin on through all this dialogue. We already did this. So he's swearing a loyalty vow to us. Oh, how touching. And then we have to fight a Rancor or sneak past it. And now, hopefully, we'll be able to actually do this. Look at that. Simple as that. I should also say, this is where my gaming nickname Khan comes from. I made a character who was like light side, who did all the good things, made all the nice decisions, helped all the old ladies cross the road, you know, rescued the cats from the trees, all of that shit. And then I decided to see what would happen if I made a dark side character. And I called him Khan for some reason. And yeah, that's where that came from. So Star Wars: The Old Republic, kind of a big one for me. I was really pleasantly surprised and kind of amazed at what Morrowind was able to do. I was like, wow, I didn't realize games were capable of doing this. So yeah, we can like reactivate the droid if we have the skills. No, let's leave it alone. Just a waste. It looks pretty cool, and you can go into first person now and then if you want. You can't move or do anything while you're in first person, but allows you to have a closer look at the characters and such. They look great, right? Like, this could easily be an MMO from 2010. Utopian Warrior. Oh man, love this game. Yeah, I remember your do you still have that? So Utopian Warrior, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a big BioWare fan. Do you still have the TK, is it, as your profile pic? I remember you used to. It's good XP to repair it, yeah. And Anoxero, hello there. Spellslinger, same here, really. As I said, KOTOR was my first RPG. I bought it without really knowing anything about it, except Star Wars, and I wanted to be a Jedi, but I fell in love. Yeah, HK, that's it. HK, not TK. It's been my avatar for years, yeah, man. So a couple of level ups to take care of here. Let's just auto. We're not doing a proper playthrough, doesn't matter. But yeah, I cannot stress enough. This is what the game looked like at the time. Other than the higher resolution, this is exactly what it looked like. So even though we keep saying, you know, graphics are not the most important thing, because they were working with LucasArts, holy shit. They made sure this looked really, really good. Let's try and get a closer look. Oh, you can't go into first person during combat? But yeah, all the design is so on point, isn't it? And every now and again, the combat does look really good. Like, the animations look vaguely plausible, and your character just looks like a badass. But yeah, like I said, so it's technically really stunning game at the time. Even now, I think it looks really pretty. Maya was saying this yesterday evening. Utopian Warrior, by the way, it took me ages to get this. Why did they not set off the mine? Aw, rude. It took me ages to get this game set up properly. It was a real struggle. Does Zalban not have a weapon? Why? Look at this guy just standing with his back to us. But yeah, like all of this, like the wet texture. You know, that bump mapping and everything, that was all there. None of this has been added. The only things I've modded are the resolution and the UI. Yeah, so in 2003, this was sick. I think it'll just wear off. I may need to heal this character.
Yeah?
Yeah, so good. Wittgenstein. Hello, human. Hello, how's it going? And Spellsing, I used to randomly quote HK47 in everyday life for funsies. You know, when someone asks you a question. Query. Sentient. I bet I was obnoxious as fuck. It could be worse. There are worse characters and franchises to quote. Wittgenstein, we are balling. Yeah, we're doing alright, I think. We managed to get SWKOTOR working eventually. Some real technical fuckery going on in the background here. How's the volume, by the way? Is it about right? I just turned it back up again.
Hey, Big Z, we gotta do something about your breath.
Oh yeah, another BioWare classic move. When you cross certain thresholds, they'll start talking.
Hard to believe. In fact, now that I think about it, you Hello there. Been pretty rancid ever since we rescued you from those Gamorrean slavers. What'd they feed you, buddy?
What did they feed you? They didn't. I wasn't their guest mission, I was a prisoner. Not that they cared much what happened to me. I don't know if you guys can even read that. The text is so small.
Oh, Zalbar, that's terrible. I know how grouchy you get if you don't get your 8 square meals a day.
Which is better, KOTOR 1 or 2? Wittgenstein? Shush! You trying to start a rumble in here? What's the matter with you? I don't know. I was just saying I think the story in 2 is maybe a little bit more ambitious and stronger. It's a little bit like Fallout 3 versus Fallout New Vegas. You know, Bethesda versus Obsidian. And in this case it's BioWare versus Obsidian.
Okay, relax.
I mean, not... Alright, enough guys. Not versus, but you know what I mean. We're comparing... You know, games by the primary studio and then the studio that specializes in writing. Obsidian. They're very, very good at this. So, yeah, I think it's definitely fair when people say Knights of the Old Republic 2 is a more interesting story. Oh, there we go. I'm glad I checked. We got his weapon. That weird laser crossbow that Wookiees have. For some reason. Right? Utopian War, I used to roleplay HK on some message boards. The meatbags were not amused. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of mods that I needed to make it run properly. Yeah. 2% probability that the organic is simply looking for trouble, needs to be blasted. Truthful reply. Oh no, the meatbags were just not so into the general sassiness that comes with being an assassination droid. Assassination droid? I see what you did there. Good pun. Yeah, HK we will almost certainly not meet today. That's too far down the line, but what a great character. Sort of a little bit of a sarcastic, ultra-violent Vulcan is how I might characterize HK, for those who don't know what we're talking about. Hey, Wittgenstein, thanks for the follow. Is it Wittgenstein or Wittgenstein? Either way, thank you very much. Statement, we are balling. Yeah. Thanks, Kazi. Moose 3. KOTOR 1 is way cooler for Jedi-ness. KOTOR 2 is way more grim, less idealistic. Yeah, I think KOTOR 2 is the more coherent. KOTOR 2 is the more interesting, ambitious, perhaps more realistic, challenging. These are all words. These are all words. These are all words I think that it deserves to have used about it, but I don't know, the first game was maybe a little more cohesive. Does it have Killer's Blade? Yeah. Now it uses a gun. That's to the Undercity. That's the Gamorrean compound. I'm gonna have to check the journal. That's another fun thing. I actually really enjoy this. It's not that hard, but you do have to check your journal. The search for Bastila. You saved Zalbar. As promised, mission has agreed to get you to the Vulkan's base. Once inside, you can steal the swoop accelerator and return it to Gadon Thek. I don't remember where we need to go for that.
What?
Hmm? But yeah, HK is so much fun, Spellslinger. Agreed. Big fun. I bring him with me everywhere just to get his quips. Yeah, get someone from BioWare to do companions for ESO, maybe. Who knows? But they're a totally different beast, aren't they?
Huh?
But yeah, they established a lot of like the fun things that BioWare would be known for later. Quite a lot of that came from here. Oh, we're getting attacked from the rear. Alright, Zalbar, do your thing. Let's see how good you are.
I'm here.
Yeah?
Yeah, Wittgenstein, I prefer the first one. Oh, Wittgenstein. Fair enough. I prefer the first one. Thank you for the clarification. I'll do my best to remember. BioWare companions are too woke for Elder Scrolls, or too woke for the Elder Scrolls community. That small portion of them that gets really butthurt about it. What other quests do I have on this planet? Maybe because I was talking to you guys. Over to the northeast. Yeah. That's the thing, you actually have to pay attention in conversation. Often it gets added to the journal then as well. But yeah, so we need to just go pretty much straight ahead here. Yeah, there we go. Should be perfect. The reason I'm switching to the Twi'lek every time is because she has better, like, technical skills, I guess, than anyone else in the party at the moment. So there's a little bit of that, you know, that kind of thing from Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. But Spellslinger, yeah, I mean, what are they going to do? Retroactively add quips to old quests in ESO? Yeah. The what? The Dalek? Force field locked. I'm guessing... Let's actually have a look. Computer use. So actually the Wookiee is the best one here. You don't need to worry about all this stuff. It's kind of there if you want it.
You won't be able to get that computer to lower the energy fields unless you know the proper codes.
Time to hang me bike. Alright, Kazi, enjoy.
I picked them off the pocket of a black Volker who had a little too much to drink in the cantina one night. Here, let me get that energy field down for you.
Yeah, so know how much time you guys have spent in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2? Both BioWare games. But obviously, they weren't voiced the way this one is. They were 2D games. I think the jump forward in how cinematic this looks is like a huge deal. But also, the fact that the writing still holds up. If you think about it, if you go from an interface where... Think of Oblivion versus Morrowind. There's so much detail in Morrowind. When you go to Oblivion, yeah, everything's voiced, everything has more flavor, but it's very distilled down. Because voiceovers are expensive in video games, especially back in 2006. So, although the writing is nothing new, I think they set themselves a whole new challenge in making it work. You know, those signature character interactions, and they made them a little bit more punchy and shorter. They had to strip everything back to make it... Yeah, but there is something about seeing the character standing there and talking to you. And reacting to what you say in 3D. Like, it's very cinematic. Like I said, very Star Wars. And like I said before, the alien VO is very clever. We can just ask him whatever. And he can have really detailed Morrowind or Baldur's Gate 2 style text answers, because all they're doing is just looping the Wookiee noises behind. It doesn't matter what he's saying, because it's not a real language. That's a really smart move. And it hadn't even occurred to me until I installed this game and was thinking about it yesterday before today's stream. I want to know a little more about you, Zalbar. Alright, he doesn't want to tell us. We hang bikes now? Sounds illegal. Lurk mode activated, Kazi, absolutely. And Utopian War, I love Bao Dua for feels like this. He just fists them. That's in the second one, right? Okay. Oh shit, I just turned myself around. So Ruckles and Gamorreans hanging out in the same place. Yeah, he's in the second one, the planetary restoration dude. I should say, one thing they did, which is a really big deal, they helped mainstreamify the idea of the Mandalorians in an interesting way. I know that we'd already had Jango Fett and all that stuff by this point in episode 2. But that hadn't come out when this game was being developed. When did that come out? 2001? 2000? I'm not even sure. It's definitely my least favorite Star Wars movie. It's pretty dreadful in places. But yeah, the storytelling in this game, the exploration, it's really, really fun. Even though it's an awkward mix between the point-and-click 2D top-down game and a more like modern feeling, over-the-shoulder type action game. You can sort of see the dice rolls happening under the bonnet, in that you'll just miss and stuff like that. But they managed not to let it completely ruin the action, like a little bit like Mass Effect. And speaking of Mass Effect, that might be the biggest thing about this game. Without Star Wars: The Old Republic, Knights of the Old Republic, I don't think we get Mass Effect. This is what gave. This has got to be what gave BioWare the confidence to do their own space opera and really level things up. The studio was 8 years old when this came out. And they'd had, like, incredible success.
What? I'm here.
I've no idea if this is a good idea, to attack the droid with melee weapons. Oh, it seems fine. This is the spiritual father to Mass Effect? Yeah, in a lot of ways. Exactly. Oh, Spellsling, you got scared of Rackles as a kid? They're pretty nasty. Especially with the benefit of how they're described. Wow, there are mines everywhere, man.
What?
Probably means we're on the right track, right? If it's being mined. So yeah, it's a huge game in just about every sense. Massive technical jump forward. Ooh. What was that? Yeah, apologies, this is a little bit hard to read. Obviously, if you don't play in 4K, the UI isn't quite as crushed Beck datapad. Datapad seems to detail plans the hidden Beck had to get into the Black Vulcar base. Of note is the following. We have synthesized a substance with an odor that resembles a favorite prey of Rancors. If we place the bait properly, we can lure the Rancor into eating something lethal enough to kill it. If it bleeds, we can kill it. There he is. I don't see the thing that they made, though. Should we just fight the damn thing? There we go, synthesized odor. And what, a frag grenade? Oh no, it may have bugged out again. Alright. No worries. It's funny, playing it last night, it was absolutely flawless. Like, once I got it working, it just worked beautifully. Hey Wilkin, I see that another game from my pile of shame of games I haven't played yet is being played. All I can say is, it's worth it. Even if you have like a very high-res display and it's a bit of a pain in the butt to get it working, I would say it's worth it, and I can send you a link to an excellent, excellent video by a guy called Zuul, X-U-U-L, that will sort you out. Yeah, sorry for the stuttering. It's tabbing in and out of the game. It's throwing everything off. So certain things can cause it to bug out, like, or soft lock, like that. But yeah. There is a remake apparently still in the works. Saber Interactive is the latest I've heard. But who knows? Let's fire it up again. Yeah, hey Wilkin, and yeah.
I'm here.
It's a classic for a reason.
Huh?
Let's heal up mission a little bit. I highly, highly recommend it. I think it's one of the best Star Wars stories I've seen. Like, I've ever encountered. You know what? Let's just... There are already frag grenades in there. There we go. It worked this time. He's gonna eat the grenade. Aw. Poor little fella. Look, Zalbar, what? You're in the way. Was that line from Leia? Would somebody get this big working carpet out of my way? Or whatever. What's the line? That's not what I meant to do at all.
What?
remains. Well, his entire body has collision on it. So we have to cut our way in before we can, like, get stuff out of its body. Little details like that. So fun, man. Ninja is a KOTOR pro. Yeah. I feel like it, honestly, after the last day of, like...
Huh?
I'm here.
Getting this shit to work. But yeah, honestly, man, so worth it. So freaking worth it. I had an absolute blast. Like, it was the most hassle, but probably also the most fun I've had in all of Gamesfest in prepping for a stream with you guys. Let's use guns. Guns for show? No, it's for a pro.
What?
Might actually be an idea to go kill the melee, actually. Now that I think about it. One of the things that they do in this game, there's been like an innovation in energy shielding. It's kind of a fun bit of lore. And it helps explain why melee weapons are so useful. Because basically the Sith Armada came back with this energy shielding, which makes a lot of ranged weaponry very ineffective against them. You know, blasters and such. And the idea is then the Jedi or the Republic forces very soon figure out how to copy the tech. And now everyone's just packing energy shields everywhere you go. So melee weapons are like massively back in fashion. And training with melee weapons. It's a fun detail. But yeah, hey Fuzix. How's it going? Welcome on in. Yeah.
Huh?
The bolts from Zalbar's bow actually look really sick. That shit is dope. Not gonna lie, that's really cool. This guy just running at us.
Huh?
I've got this, like, you can turn up the difficulty and whatnot and get way more tactical. But I'm not really bothered with that. Where the fuck is she going? She's trying to attack that guy all the way over there. Wilkin, I will definitely play this game someday. I completed all the storylines in Star Wars The Old Republic. This MMO, oh, I see, yeah. I was going to start playing the KOTORs, but I had to take a break from the universe. Well, it's one of the best Star Wars stories I can think of. Oh, at least one of the ones I've enjoyed the most. That, I'm sure nostalgia is a part of it. Like I said, I was pretty young. It's one of the first games I got and played from start to finish. I think it was the second one after Morrowind, really. They came out within a year or two of each other. Maya just sent me a picture of our dog.
What?
Looking cute. Bit weird, right? So, we're in the base. We need to steal the swoop accelerator. I have no idea where that's being kept. Here's another thing that happens. Every now and again, you won't be able to move the character. Like I'm pressing forward, nothing's happening. If you just save, quick load, it fixes. I've no idea why. Oh, hello, who's that? The waitress. God, cute, might eat some poo and lick your face later. The dog, probably.
Now that must have hurt.
Nah, she doesn't really do that. Too much of that. Sometimes. But yeah. Raveslord, random fact of the day. The 51 Pegasi B planet was discovered. It's the first discovered exoplanet around a sun-like star in 1995. Thanks, Raveslord. Alright, maybe we can get some...
I'm here.
Get some deets out of this chick. Seriously, again?
Huh? Please don't hurt me. I just serve the food here, that's all. I'm not like these others. I'm not even a Black Volker. Please don't kill me.
It's just I really, really enjoyed it. It felt... Once I'd got the thing set up, it really felt like picking up with an old friend you haven't seen in years and you're just right back where you left off. The game is very, very easy to get into. Because the combat is so, like... It's kind of auto-attacking. You don't even have to do anything. All of your characters are just auto-attack anyway. You can just watch it. You can pause and spin the camera around. Just enjoy. Or you can set up, like, really fancy strategies and you can script their tactics a little bit more. This reminds me of that Asari chick who joined the mercenaries in Mass Effect 2. Kazi, goddammit. Why? What's up? How'd you end up in the Volcar base?
My name is Ada. My father owed Davik some money, but he couldn't pay. Davik killed my father and sold me into slavery here at the Volcar compound to pay off the debt.
Kazi just giving us updates on his DIY project. Oh no. Well, I'm sure you'll get it sorted. Oh, I see. You hit a cable with the drill or something. Fuck. Oh, man. No, I feel for you, buddy. That sucks. Everyone send Kazi words of comfort. Just type Kazi with a lot of A's. K-A-A-A-A-Z-I. Let's do it. Let's do it. A few of those. I'll cheer him up. Oh, that's a bummer. So you cut right through a cable in your wall. That sucks, man. Quasi. Yeah, I love how dark you can be. Leaving you alive is too risky. Sorry, sister. Looks like your order is up. You know? There's like comedy. I want to ask you a few questions.
Alright. I still don't know how
Isaac,
much help I can be. But I sure hope you get rid
Man,
of
I'll need to open the wall.
I hate them.
Yeah, that's a bummer. Where can I find the swoop accelerator?
What? I've never heard of such a thing.
Garage, lower level.
I've never been down there.
There we go.
Is she that Republic soldier? I heard one of the Volker mention her, but she's not here. He said Brezhik didn't trust his men around her. I guess she's too important to be a slave here in the kitchens. Getting pawed and groped and kicked and spit on like me. Brezhik must have taken her somewhere safe.
Oh yeah, did I mention the voice acting is great? We got Jennifer Hale is in this game. Steve Bloom is in this game. There are some other top-notch names in there as well that I'm sure I'm forgetting. But yeah, the voice acting is sick. This is like a forerunner in so many ways, man. If I let you go, can you find your way out of here?
Now that you've killed the guards who were supposed to watch me, I think I could find my way out of here.
Off you go then.
Free to go?
She thinks we're gonna kill her? Man, it's so fucking dark. Right, so we need to find the elevator to the lower level. I love it. You don't even have to control the character. See what I mean? You just hear the Wookiee roar and see the bolt flying past your head. There we go. There's that energy shield again. So he's just taking no damage from blaster fire. But if we cut him down with the sword, we can slice him and dice him real easy. Alright, there we go.
Yeah?
The AI generally is pretty good as well for 2003. Occasionally you need to move them manually around something. These cables are not up to code, they just run zigzags. Oh no, that sucks. So it's kind of really not your fault. That might be the worst part of it. I'm doing reloads because the character's getting stuck every now and again. We can slice the computer. Security cameras. That's where we are. Barracks. Ooh. So this is a fun cyberpunky style system in the game. Overload the power conduit. It's going to take 5 spikes to do that. You can't do everything. Like, I only have 16 computer spikes right now because it's early in the game. But this should be cool. Now there's only one guy left. Not bad for a little furball. There's only one left. Right? Yeah, they're supposed to run in straight lines. I drilled like 20 centimeters to the side. Yeah, that's some bullshit. In a lot of modern houses now, you just get a housing, like a cable housing on the outside of the wall. I know it's not as neat, but a lot of the times I think that is just preferable. You know, take the office building approach to wiring and electrics and just do it that way. Also not deep enough. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Really not your fault. Fuck. I love the music as well. This is very cyberpunk, actually, isn't it? The ability to do all this. Garage elevator. There we go. Right, so there are shut down security systems. That's like a lot of my spikes gone. Okay, and that's it. System commands, open all doors, upload area schematics. Oh, we don't need to worry about that. Cool system though, right? And all the XP just popping up because we killed all those guys. Big fun. Obviously the way it's integrated into Cyberpunk is way more sophisticated and real-time and satisfying. But this is pretty fucking good. You get a lot of the same satisfaction. I miss Karth and his power blast. That's what I want. Here we go, look at this guy. Not deep enough, that's what she said, Wilkin, yeah. Kazi, I mean it works, and it can't burn in the wall. Utopian Warrior, I like that you don't really need to kill them all separately to gain more XP. And the hack was equally worth it. Yeah, it should be. But yeah, I've never analyzed this game to that degree. What are you talking about? You're a Vulcar? What's up? So this is an example of what we were talking about with the, they just have like a handful of lines in Huttese. but he will just repeat them at random. Dingu waka yoko, you know, this kind of thing. But what he's saying in English could be anything. It's kind of brilliant.
Tonga bugsham uninong, wanga kun beast king bamulira. Chuni yun tunjiji aithadoana, kavavulpa muljui, kamana, takum justak.
I see, Kazi. Well, good luck with it. Good luck with it, man. Do we believe him? So he's saying he hates the new leadership of the Black Vulcar gang. Why didn't you leave?
Moga shampongpa bolawana chikni tongai tuam jiji yumalitpa kachichu aitha odunga inkin kuno.
I cannot stress this enough, guys. The game is exquisitely well made. The systems and stuff are so fun to mess around with. The story I cannot even get into because I will spoil it, but it is excellent. Like, it's really, really good. I know I played it when I was just a teenager and whatnot. And, yeah, so nostalgia may be colouring my view of it a little bit, but it has got the reputation. It's not just me. It's got the reputation for being an excellent... So good, they kind of had to make parts of it canon. And it gets a lot of the whole Mandalore thing... off the ground as well. I think it's quite influential within LucasArts. Who knows? Maybe I'm giving it too much credit, but I think the writing that Drew Karpshin and the other folks at BioWare did was really really seminal in a lot of ways. It like set up a lot of stuff that Disney would go on to do later. Welcome. When I played the Old Republic, I could never get used to male Twi'leks. They always reminded me of women. Like the Asari race. Oh, really? I never had that. Because there's that one male in Return of the Jedi, right? Jabba's like doorman. Sounds like someone trying to make up gibberish Japanese on the spot. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not a great effect. I'm with you, Moose. It's kind of goofy. But as a way to have the game be voiced, it's kind of genius, isn't it? Because that in just a few megabytes of sound files, you can have pages and pages and pages of Twi'lek text. Male. Is it Twi'lek or Twi'lek? I think it's Twi'lek, right? And Wilkin, I wish the people who made games like this would come back to BioWare. Well, it's not going to happen now, is it? No. But as Briartalk was saying the other day, you know, there are a few other folks from BioWare, ex-BioWare writers, working on a new game very much like Mass Effect. I've already forgotten what it was called. It had a very generic name. But it looked kind of fun. So they are still out there trying to make it work. They just don't have these big publishers at their backs with the big budgets and the marketing. So a lot of these things get missed. And yeah, that's been one of the lessons of doing this Gamesfest. Like, there have been a couple of games that people were like, I have never heard of this. How have I never heard of this? I'm going to go and buy this right now. There was even an Assassin's Creed game that a couple of people were like, oh, I didn't realize it looked like this or was this cool. I'm going to go buy it. It's like, what? If Ubisoft can't reach us, then what hope do the indie developers have, man? Yeah, I just want to finish the Mass Effect Andromeda story. Yeah, you want them to finish it, I see, yeah. Right, give me some information if you want to live. Alright, where can I find the swoop engine? Where can I get a pass card? So, we already deactivated the security system, but if we didn't do that, there's another way. We can get a pass card. Standard stuff, right? It's some of those elements of the, not immersive sim, but that role-playing, action role-playing kind of approach it in multiple different ways. Is there anything else we can ask him? Right, so Bastila's not here. Should we let him live or should we kill him? Let's let him go. Fuck it. Those repeated lines got really old really fast. Yeah, they really do. It's that one in particular. But, you know, it still kind of works, I think. And the payoff, you know, if you're the devs, there's that one lonely guy. Huh? What happened to all my friends? Whoa, get one-tapped. Get wrecked. Loot everything. It's an RPG, so... I actually haven't been looting everything, but I really should. The minigames in this game are also freaking awesome. There's a really fun... Like, if you played Gwent or Hearthstone or something like that, you're probably not going to be blown away by it, but there is a card game called Pazak, which, I think along with that Final Fantasy VIII card game, that probably set the video games industry up for the idea of having really excellent card games in your RPGs. Pool droid? Oh, that was the wrong medkit. Whoops. It's a waste. A pure Pazak. Those repeated lines got really old. You told me were really fast in the second one when I had to talk to this Ithorian guy. Chodo Habat. Oh my god, yeah, I think I remember him. He spoke so slowly. And there's this line that sounds like Chudi Choof, bro. Yeah, the Ithorians are very old school. Yeah, it's just fun, you know, bringing a lot of these details to life as well. The production value really makes a case for itself when it is used in the service of, you know, giving life to making something familiar, right?
What?
Like all the great sound design and
Gotcha.
the fact that they, you know, LucasArts are right there letting them use all of their assets that they can provide. It makes it way more fun, even if you're not that big a fan. Like I said, when I first played this, I wasn't that into Star Wars. I'd seen the movies a few times. I was like, oh, I finally get what this is all about. But arguably, I think this is the game that got me into it more than anything else. Zalbar's not going to attack.
Huh? I'm here.
So there's an elevator somewhere in the back of the base. There it is. That's a little bit ominous, isn't it? Like, what the hell is going to come out of these... all these alcoves? I think we're good. Wilkin, speaking of Mass Effect, after your last stream from this game, I already played the first and second parts, and God, it was good. Thank you. Well, it's funny, I was talking to Maya just the other day and saying, hey, you know, is there a game? She said something like, you know, let's do this, let's do that. We've got all these things that we need to get done today. Ah, shit. That was the wrong elevator. I've got to say, I've been enjoying that, though. I got turned around a couple of times playing the game, but I've been loving the fact that it lets you do it. You know, it's not just... you know, everything's marked with a quest marker. There we go. That was the elevator we wanted. You know, it doesn't hold your hand too much. It's pretty easy. Like, you can't really get thoroughly lost in a game like this. Junk pile droid. But yeah, I appreciate that. That kind of old school feeling of actually having to pay attention to the dialogue, look at the map, and like use your brain a little bit. I'm as guilty of it as anyone when we're playing ESO. I just let the compass marker do the work for me, you know? And then when the compass marker is completely bugged and doing something really random,
what?
Then you suddenly don't know, you know, where you're supposed to be. Yeah, that's so cool, Wilkin. I love it. At least the elevators are a bit faster than Mass Effect. Although that was cool, the way that they give you like news bulletins in Mass Effect when you go in the elevator. I thought that was wicked.
Huh?
Ah, cheeky fucker. A debuff. Oh, she's gonna die.
Huh?
It was one of the more challenging fights so far. Normally they just waste everyone. I guess these guys are not taking a lot of damage. The main character is just standing there. That becomes more of a thing later. Why don't we take this guy out? Ah, the dramatic death. Oh, that's gold. It's crazy how cinematic RPGs have become since those days in 2003. Like, now we expect a role-playing game with really complex systems to be like incredibly AAA cinematic with beautiful performance capture and voiceover and all of the bells and whistles. It's mad how quickly expectations soar and they don't come back down. Oh, that has been fun to see, playing so many old games, how much of the new shit we really, really don't need. And we don't even miss it when it's not there. The main thing has been things like compatibility and performance and... you know, control systems that are completely whack. Like the Deus Ex control scheme is famously bizarre. I think they should get an Oscar for these deaths. Hey, Kuminero, I love this game. Yeah, man. Same, it's a big one for me.
I'm here.
And it has been so much fun. I cannot thank you guys enough for supporting Gamesfest and showing up to watch all these games. Without that, there's no way I would have played this. I mean, I would have eventually, but... Whoa, whoa, whoa. No, guys. Get out of there. Shit. There is friendly fire. They just ran straight in. They've both got guns. Why are they running in at melee range? Whatever. So it just like blew up my crew a little bit. Oh, knocked out my boy. Yeah, they make some jokes about it 2 and 3. It was cool for me too, but I heard it was an old joke about those elevators in Mass Effect. It is. And the music that plays as well. You know, the elevator music. Yeah, here they just get around it by turning it into a loading screen. Straight up. Looks like you will need a special pass to open this door. Alright. So one of these clowns that we killed surely must have the pass. Come on, mission. Out of my way. In general, the dialogues are great and there are a lot of funny lines. Yeah, I mean, it just... My respect for BioWare was already sky high, but it jumped up quite a lot further, I've got to say. In just thinking about, wow, 1995, they were set up... These are things that I knew, but hadn't really considered in their fullness. You know, the fact that the studio's second game was Baldur's Gate. And their fourth game was Baldur's Gate 2. Then Neverwinter Nights, and then this, and then Jade Empire. Bonkers. And the other games in between were games that Interplay paid them to make. Like MDK2, I think, was their second game, and that was halfway finished in development already. But Interplay took it away from whoever's working on it and gave it to BioWare instead to finish it off. And they did a great job. So this is the crafting system such as it is. You can see if they can add more components to this. So get an attack modifier with this. Durasteel bonding alloy. If I add an energy projector, +3 attack modifier. So yeah, pretty good actually. I should have done that already. And you can upgrade a whole bunch of things. Zalbar's bowcaster, we can give him a scope. For 1 extra hit of damage. And critical threat. I don't get it. That seems to be going down. Whatever. So yeah, it's fairly shallow, but there is, you know, some crafting as well. And I think we're going to have to leave it there for the day, because it is rapidly approaching 5:30. Sorry about that. And thank you so much for sticking around while we got this game up and running. I couldn't believe it when it wasn't working properly. Maya would skim me alive, man. She was already telling me you've spent way too much time on this. Like, you get it, you love this game and we want to stream it and everything, but you've got an hour. If it's not working by the time I serve dinner or whatever. She literally said something like that. And she was not wrong.
Hey, Big Z, don't take this the wrong way, but lately,
perfect.
I've noticed you're starting to look a little bit scruffy.
What are you talking about? I hope you aren't suggesting I take a bath.
No, I'm not suggesting a bath. I know how well that went over last time. But your hair's getting all tangled. And if you look close, you can see a few gray strands starting to poke through.
Alright, we'll go for a few more minutes then, guys. I can last out a little bit longer. This is perfect, though. You're making this up. I groom every day. My hair is not tangled. Should we say, what do you guys reckon? 1, she's got a point, Zalbar. You could use a good makeover. Or 2, Zalbar looks fine to me. 1 or 2? Smells like, oh no! Hey, Schnacks. Welcome back. Yeah, I think a cutscene like this is perfect. A little bit of dialogue. Zabo looks fine to me. We've got 1 vote each. Come on, 1 more person. What's the tiebreaker? 1? Yeah, you could use a makeover. Or 2? Nah, he looks great. Often I just go for the comedy choice. You know, what's going to be funnier? That is one of the things that makes the dark side playthroughs a lot more fun, because I think inherently most of us, if we're getting into a video game like this, we will want to do the nice thing. You know, because if... You know, we have empathy. And it works, even through a video game. Let's go with 2 then.
Don't worry, Big Z. It's nothing I can't fix. A little trim, a splash of coloring, and you'll be as good as new. Best looking Wookiee on the planet. Maybe a nice suit.
You don't trim a Wookiee, you don't color a Wookiee, and you certainly don't dress a Wookiee.
I know, Wookiees aren't into the whole clothing thing, but you could start a whole new trend. You'd be on the cutting edge.
He's not into it. I love these little encounters. Big fun. Obviously, they became very famous in Dragon Age. With these, especially the ones between Sten and Morrigan, were very, very funny. I was talking about, well, you and I, she keeps like teasing him about, hey, so, you know, what's a Kunari like in bed? And he's like, it would not be possible for us to mate. You are too fragile. And shit like this. And you could just hear Morrowind's Morrowind? You could just hear Morrigan's basement getting flooded by this remark. Like, I forget the name of the actress, but she does a great job as well. And we'll be doing that tomorrow. Hanging out with those characters tomorrow, hopefully. And then Dragon Age Inquisition the day after. Garage head key card. There we go. And we're putting up Pazak cards as well, which is pretty nice. I think we've probably done everything useful, so I'm not going to waste any spikes on hacking it further. But yeah, it's a bit... It's very familiar, you know, oh, you need to get through the door, you need to find the key, you need to do all this. But they do it in such a way that it feels relatively organic, and the environments are so beautiful. This is why I wanted to get it running in 4K. Because I know you guys can't quite see the full extent of it. Look at this guy in there. But the level of detail is so fun. It's a gorgeous looking game. And once again, I did very, very little to mod this. Like, it's quite... It takes a while, you know, 20, 30 minutes maybe. Probably not even that, actually, to get the whole thing set up. But we're just talking UI, resolution, you know, the launcher, stuff like that. Here we go.
Breshik stole that engine from Gadden. It was never yours to begin with.
Top tier trash talk there, Mission. Yeah, you tell him.
Wanna chick yongi? Wanna vota con titariti? Chichintoma dunka kola yame chua.
That is a very ASMR style voiceover, isn't it? On the Twi'lek lady. Wilkin, let this two-legged bear keep his hand-collected dirt, yeah? Claudia Black, yeah, that's it, Moose. Yeah, she's fucking wicked, isn't she? Perfect word. You're right. I'm not one of the Becks. My name's Maya. God damn it. It would have been funny if Maya was here. That was the whole point. Right. We're not working for you. Fuck off. Yeah, let's just kill him.
Smilia, ti umpa punta krita.
I don't know if you guys can read it, but she's saying, now can I kill them?
Achuta.
Smackdelia. Let's chuck a grenade at that guy. And then we take a med kit immediately after that, because we are way too low health. Kill the goon in the back.
What?
That grenade didn't do shit. Seriously? Wow. This is quite a tough fight. And Utopian Warrior, yeah, and especially some of the Renegade ones are extra easy. Though I'm a goody two-shoes and rarely see those. Extra sassy. Sorry, yeah. Spell sling. It's kind of funny how swords are actually really effective against blasters in this game. Yeah, they sort of made a vague lore reason for why that's the case.
Huh? Now that must have hurt.
Know what I meant to do? But yeah, Comanero, I remember playing it about 2 years ago. After spending roughly 2.5 hours on it, I saved and closed the game, only to find that my entire save had vanished. Still ended up playing it again. Such a beautiful and captivating game. How irritating. Yeah, so I wasn't prepped for that. There are some funny things that you can do sometimes. If you can, like, leave the area, you can often res your companion will just come back. Like, if you can leave the area, they'll just come back with you. But yeah, obviously that's not what we're doing. Just gonna chuck a load of grenades. Cheesing it. Even though my comrades are right there. That's hilarious. Oh, I leveled up. Would you look at that? Oh, maybe just one more. How about a... I've got a poison grenade? Yeah, now we're talking. We can just hide from him a little bit. So you can cheese it. I didn't set that up on purpose, but it's kind of perfect, right? This is dumb. And for some reason these guys aren't they aren't coded to move. Usually the enemy AI is smart. They will gap close and they'll use whatever weapons are most effective against you. But yeah, Comanero, captivating is a great word to describe it. Wookiee saves the day, look at that. And now my clown friends will get up. And Twi'lek lady disappears. So I've been worried that part was a bitch. Does leveling up resurrect them? Oh, does it resurrect them? That's a good point. I seem to remember it heals you. I don't remember about that point. I should have tested it. But never mind. But yeah, well worth grabbing the game if you don't already own it. It's always on offer because it's so old. Alternatively, apparently there is a remake in the works still by Saber Interactive. Are the latest. They're the latest studio to be given this task.
Yeah?
And Kathleen Kennedy back in, it was like 2019 or something. She did say they were looking at making a live action Knights of the Old Republic thing. They would be crazy not to try it. So, worth getting into the game for a number of reasons, I would say. And I would also recommend going through, even though it took me a while, it's well worth it. Like, I'm definitely keeping this installed now, and I'm going to play the whole thing again. It is just a delight. And to see a game like this from BioWare, like, right at their peak, just as they were getting huge. Like, LucasArts is such a big partner for them, and they absolutely knocked it out of the park. No wonder the Mass Effect games went on to be so good. And then, you know, what went wrong? Obviously, all of the founders have long since left the studio. EA got their fingers involved, and yeah, it's very difficult for a big publisher like that to sort of take charge, I guess, of a smaller creative company like that and not leave them in worse shape. I think it's a genuinely difficult thing to avoid, to damage the thing that you're taking over. I've never done it. What the hell do I know? But it seems pretty open and shut, right? Yeah, the remake has been in the works for a long time because it's been cancelled. Where Wookiee? There we go. He was just having a quick tug behind the corner there. Or he was looking in the mirror after what Mission said to him. Hang on, surely there's an exit that leads straight out into the lower city, because the planet we're on is divided into, there's the upper city, which is all beautiful. There's the lower city, which is kind of a shithole. To garage, pool. Yeah, to the lower city. There we go. This will be fun. We'll come out right at the with the bouncers going, "Wait, you're not allowed in." What?
What?
Yeah, so the upper city is really beautiful. The lower city, which we're about to come into now, is pretty dingy and rough and run by, like, crime gangs. It's a bit like Coruscant, you know, the whole planet is one giant city. And again, a thing that they did so well in Mass Effect, figured out a way to establish setting with very, very minimal. You can see very little, but let me go up to the top. It's crazy I haven't shown you guys the upper city yet. Because we are in very small environments, you know, much like the 2D RPGs that they used to make. And there's a limit as to what they can show you. I should stop into the canteen real quick. Yeah, no, this is the way. This is the way. We should have a look at the cantina, just quickly. They did a much better job in Outlaws, obviously. But the vibe in here is pretty good. You know, they did a pretty decent job. Look at the band and the dancers. Yes! Classic. This is the way. The atmosphere in the underground city is so climactic. Yeah, Wilkin, that's where I associated the voice. The actress who voices Mission Vow also does the Sith warrior companion in the Old Republic. Also Twi'lek. Yeah. Caminero, the remake is in the works for a long time. Yeah, it's been a few years. Hate how they shut down the fan-made remake of KOTOR. Yeah, it's weird. I think there's a fan movie coming out next year, like a fan film. But there's a lot of love for this particular pocket of the Star Wars universe out there, the expanded universe. Big fun. So hang on, let me check. Elevator to the upper city. Yeah, there we go. Let's check out the upper city. This had a real impact on me first time I saw it. Practically as a kid when I played it. Like, look at that. It still looks lovely. Even if it's a bit like watching Tron or, you know, a charming fantasy or sci-fi movie from the 80s where the special effects, they don't quite hold up. Oh, that's... I can't go that way. Whoops. Caminero, yeah, I didn't know that. Now doing it themselves, as far as I know. Kazi, done. Excellent work. Good job, boss. But yeah, this is,
A plague spreads through our streets. We cannot sit idly by while this pox infects our society.
the super, like, the far-right street preacher. But instead of, like...
Listen to me, people.
Instead of immigrants, he's anti-alien.
Heed my warning before it is too late.
Come on. Tell me that isn't awesome. Just for moments like this alone. And there are loads of them. You get to go through to so many different planets. You get to go to Korriban for the first time. Like I said, the idea of Mandalore is developed in these games in a really interesting way. As far as I know, that is one of the first really big mainstream references to that. Obviously, it's in the Clone Wars and stuff as well, but... Kashyyyk, the Wookiee homeworld, Korriban, the home of the Sith, all of that stuff, a lot of it comes from here and has been sort of reworked slightly in the canon. So yeah. Big game, big day. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, everyone. Looks amazing to me for nostalgia, even though I haven't even played it. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Kazi. I'll check out the picture in Discord. But yeah, Wilkin, you're absolutely right. It's, you could just see the production value. Like, I've had that moment where I've seen a movie from the late 70s or 80s or whatever, and it's a fantasy sci-fi type thing, and the special effects are kind of charmingly old school and don't quite work, but they're good enough that it just puts a huge smile on my face when I see it. And you could just see the attention and the artistry that's gone into this, and the tech, obviously, to make it all work. Brilliant. It's a huge game in so many ways. I highly recommend people grab it. When, you know, at the very least, it'll be on sale May the 4th. So in what, 6 months' time? So if not before, you can get it then very cheaply. Humble Bundle do Star Wars sales often, don't they? And yeah, do hit me up if you ever want a link to that Zool video. Otherwise, if you just Google Knights of the Old Republic widescreen or scaling or whatever, you'll generally find Reddit threads or Steam forum threads which recommend this particular video. I thought it was excellent. He just walks you through like a bunch of add-ons that will sort out the game and let you run it at whatever whatever resolution you need and make it look as good as freaking possible. And it looks great. Love it. Alright, well, thank you again so much. We're going to raid off. I guess we'll raid back into ESO. Hello? Why is OBS not responding? Yeah, you can see the love they put into the game. Absolutely. This location's certainly giving Mass Effect vibes. Yeah, Moose, it's exactly right. Not a coincidence that was the franchise they went on to work on immediately after this. And that's just the first planet that we've been looking at. You know, the upper city, the lower city, the undercity. We didn't really get to see much of the undercity, but that was where the sewers are. And yeah, it does a great job of building on the promise of the premise of places like Coruscant and these cool ideas. Alright, well, let's see who we can find to raid off to. Please don't go anywhere. As I always say, give me 3 minutes of your time. Stay in the channel. When we raid off, we're going to go and see Span. She's doing Houseborn house tours in ESO, so that should be fun. More people, brilliant creative people doing what they can with within the limitations of what the tech will allow. So yeah, stay with the raid, say hello to Span, wish her a good afternoon, and then if you gotta go, you gotta go. But that's it. Thank you so much, and of course, please be back tomorrow. More BioWare delights. We're gonna do Dragon Age 1 and Dragon Age 3. Not on the same day, and I'll update the screen we're looking at right now. I'll do that tonight. Alright, folks. Thank you so much for all the subs. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for all the chats and hanging out and talking with me. I really, really appreciate it. We are going to continue with this tomorrow with Dragon Age. Bye-bye. You guys have a lovely, lovely evening. You're the best. Take it easy.
Make it so.